We were rudely interrupted last night by a weird disconnect, which I think was just OBS this time and not Comcast, or at least it was, or that was just enough of a burp with Comcast that I just said F it. Because we'd saved at that seagull thought, so we don't have much to redo. I think the stream even cut out before I got further down shore anyway, so you didn't miss anything. But, yeah, we'll do the catch up. I'll hit the continue here. So we are on day 3, on Wednesday. Got a fair amount done already, actually. Got the finger on the 8th Hardy. We don't know she's the 8th Hardy yet. I know she's the 8th Hardy. But, stuff in my teeth. Yeah, so... Or actually, I need to load... We'll roll back so I can just redo stuff. I think it was this one, yeah. Goofy camera. Basically, all I did was go down the shore and kick over the bridge. But we're going to do that again, because it's easy enough to do. Let's take a lot of patience to do this. We have not talked to anybody on this side of the bridge yet, but... Painted with pastels, so we're trying to bring cheer in the world. More tribalistic markings. This post is covered in little humanoids. Bolstered in the ice keeps the tent erect. Trash from some unending party. Alright.
A plane of Eternite has been planted into the...
Watch the connection drop again as I'm trying to drop the bridge again.
Barely holding it up. It could fall over any minute. A gust of wind might be enough.
It looks like a makeshift bridge.
What's that?
Could be convenient.
Push the Eternite over.
Into the icy snow with a soft thunk.
Alright.
We should ask that girl on the ice what's going on here.
We will. Alright, so we're bridged up, we're back on track. Ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna miss some loose change if I don't wash my ass. Give me that shit. Give me that shit. Alright, so I think we've scrounged pretty much everything that's available for basic scrounge here. Now let's save having gotten back on track. Oh yeah, usual disclaimer. It's called Police Navidad because we are doing an American shitty, fascist, racist, kind of capitalist. There's, yeah, what else? The other one. Ableist, misogynist. Again, the thin blue line ass run, with a little bit of being obsequious to ingratiate himself into the community he's invading. But as I've mentioned every time, it seems to be pretty hilarious with how it portrays every asshole-ish decision, and also gives me morale damage every time I say something racist, so I'm okay with that. Well portrayed, game. And stats-wise, for anybody wondering, we are meat slab mostly. Meat slab and motorics. I doubt I'm going to dump much else into psyche. Maybe volition. But that's a big maybe. Intellect, dumb as hell. Except I might still drop a little more in visual calculus. But yeah, okay. Do you have any thoughts going? I forgot. I don't think so. Need another point for... Oh no, okay, we're almost done magnesium. That's right, we were trying to push that last night. That's where I meant to end. How close do we do another point? Could have just hit over once. 30 points? Okay. Actually, since we did the spiral, I didn't mean to walk all the way around here. Actually, I did mean to walk down here. Let's just start from the village again. Because we gotta get those signatures. I have that quest. He will be sending them off because he sucks. I think we searched that one. I guess we'll start with the boys over here. And then work... Well, actually, let me talk to Lilienne first. And or the kids. And we also have the shitty coat, so I can talk to them.
The scruffy-haired little boy kicks a stone. He can't be more than 5 years old. The other one looks indistinguishable from him. He watches his brother kick the stone with his tongue lolling out of his mouth.
You guys look identical.
The stone-kicking one becomes frantic all of a sudden, as if that's something to be scared of. The obvious fact that you just stated.
As one do.
He looks just like me.
The other one says, yeah, I said that.
The boy doesn't answer. His brother throws another rock. Both of their hair is covered in some kind of dirt. The rock kicker was just being shy, but now he's enthusiastic again.
You're bad with kids.
Lieutenant remarks significantly. What are you, Kid Master General?
Maybe I am. Now, how about some actual police work? We are not getting anything here.
Alright. Hey, where's your mom?
The kids don't reply, absorbed in their little game.
Alright, see. The woman next to a bucket of clothes hums an odd melody. Her eyes are closed.
Welcome to the fishing village. Please lean in closer. I have cataracts.
Then how does she know you're here?
If you can't see, then how'd you know I was here?
I still have a golden ear. Come, come.
Alright, we'll leave for it. No reason not to.
Welcome, police officer. We don't cause any trouble around here. And we don't want any trouble either.
We are not here to cause any trouble, madame.
We're cops, we're hellraisers. Click, click, bang, bang.
No, you're not. I've seen you around here before. 12 years ago. You didn't raise any hell. You were quite helpful, actually. But still, in Martinez, you're considered an ill omen.
Wait, I've been here before?
No, not you personally. I meant the RCM. Some of the men got into a fight. One of them killed another. Locked himself in that woodshed over there.
She points to the building behind her.
He was brooding, needed some help opening the door. You got it open for him and took him to think about what he'd done in a more secluded place. Somewhere more quiet.
She says it as if he was on some kind of spiritual retreat.
What kind of an ill omen are we talking about?
Oh, the usual. Dark tidings. Black hound.
Oh, also, just a quick hit. This might be another shorter one because I have to get up kind of balls ass early for me. Because I gotta scoot down to the store and then my daily nibbling watching is scheduled for earlier tomorrow. So
That's you, all right.
I gotta get up by like 8.
Licking your own heels.
Alright. I am an ill omen, alright.
You're not. No one around here considers us an ill omen. People would have told us.
Plenty of people have definitely complained about the cops being here.
Maybe they are afraid.
What is up?
Because you're an ill omen. But you're still welcome here. As long as men with guns aren't chasing you. And maybe even then. Because that's the kind of fishing village we've built.
Okay.
I'm sorry there's not a lot of room to park the motor carriage. And
That's the other thing we gotta do. We gotta go check out the car.
for a lot of people. My kids are long gone, searching for treasure. So are others. Ah, look at me ramble on. What brings you to us?
Where can someone stay around here?
Stay? Most people here are trying to leave. That said, if lodgings is what you're looking for, I've got a free room in the shack.
Her soapy thumb points to the building behind her. How much is it?
I won't charge you for it. Take it as a gesture of goodwill from the village to the RCM.
Wait, hold on. You're just giving it to me?
No one is using it, and God knows it's not much anyway. You can stay there.
Alright. Okay, I'll take it.
Don't make an old woman regret opening her house to the police.
A key appears from under her apron. She hands it to you.
If you are not in the hostel in the morning, I'll know where to find you. Here, in a shack.
Alright. I mean, I'm probably not going to go back for the logic roll on the mirror, so... That's fine by me. What's in this fishing village?
Just us. It's barely a village anymore. We almost don't exist.
What do you mean?
This is pretty much a non-place. A gap, a blank spot on the map, just a cluster of nameless shacks on a nameless street.
There's got to be something here. Tell me.
Over there, you can find more of the same. Shacks and trees growing wild. That's the pox.
Between here and Gemrock, a dusty sea of old trees, all covered in industrial soot.
This thing's up for
Small
now.
houses under
Not that cold yet.
an overgrown park.
The pox, what's that?
An old military hospital, and it's around.
That's where we learned about it last time. Last session, I was wondering. We definitely heard about the pox before. It came up in another Shivers thing. Oh, let me double check something here. I think the bot took care of what I'm checking, but now I forgot to pause. I wish this had a fucking opt-out, the knocking thing. I hate it. Like a complete opt-out, not every fucking stream having to click this thing. Or even just an on-off toggle. So I don't have to, rifle through menus. Anyway, Twitch having good ideas never fucking happens. Anyway,
After the
military
war,
hospital.
it
Got
was turned into a goodwill hospital for shell-shock veterans and folks looking for some quiet in the old sanatorium gardens. Now the area is crisscrossed with nameless streets and makeshift cinder block houses. Shacks as far as the eye can see.
What happened to the hospital?
The goodwill ran out. The staff left and the place was shut down. It's long gone by now.
Who else lives in this village?
Well, there's Lilienne and her kids. A few new folks live in the house to the east, but they're away right now. And then there's the drunks. Not a pretty sight, but there's little we can do about it. Home is home, even for them.
Who? What drunks?
Sooner or later, you'll see for yourself. Don't have to look long to find these guys.
There a way to make a little money around here?
Here, for you, no officer. The only money we have here is some coins the drunks tried hiding from their women and then forgot about.
Under carts, boats, in little boxes. It's not hard to find.
Yeah, I'm already... Pockets are bulging with it. Alright, another topic I'd like to address.
Rinsing another piece of cloth.
What's further down the coast? Closed?
Not much. There's the abandoned church, the DeLorean Church of Humanity. It's been there since before my time, even.
Why is it abandoned?
Some things just don't fly, officer. Look around. Who'd go to church here? They built it 300 years ago. Must have been nice.
I'll roll my sleeves back down. It is that cold in here.
So, they don't hold services there anymore? The Ecclesiastes?
No, we've tried, but things just keep happening. Crime, accidents, other things. The place never stays open. It's a pity. It used to be such a nice church.
What else is on down coast?
Before you get to the church, there's some ruins, an apartment complex, or some kind of electrical plant. Run-down bunch of houses, empty.
Which is it then? Apartments or electrical plant?
I don't know exactly. A pre-war place. It used to be something. Before the war. I wasn't here then, you know. Was born in Samara.
Anything else of note?
Of note? The old fish market up on the boardwalk. But it's closed.
Who'd want to come to a fish market here?
No one. That's why it's closed. It was once a bustling place, back when I was young, and so was everyone else. Now, what catch we do bring in goes straight into a lorry for the Delta or somewhere else.
That's it? There's got to be more along the coast.
What? You're one of those real estate people with big plans? If you want a development opportunity, you can check out the abandoned building over at Land's End. Used to be a supply depot. We think sending goods and ammo across the bay. It's jammed shut though. We tried to get in.
Oh yeah, we didn't find the door you can't open yet.
But
So
it's impossible. And now you know everything there is to know about this coast.
she drops a bar of soap in the bucket with a splash. Tell me about yourself. Who exactly are you here?
Me? No one. Just an old washerwoman. Mother called me Isabel, if that's what you're asking.
I think she was the other signature we got or need to get.
Now it's your turn, Mr.
My name is Raphael Ambrosius Cousteau.
Your parents must have had big plans for you. Wonder if you measured up.
Oof. Alright. So that's to get your signature.
Eh? What's this about? Come now, I can't read all this scribble. Tell me what it says.
Just a real estate deal, nothing ominous.
A deal with who? It's the Border Union, isn't it?
Yeah, it's the union.
Thought so. So what do the Clare brothers want this time?
Navarre wants to turn part of the village into a little youth center.
Huh. I might be half blind, but it looks like part of the village is gonna be a street. The best part. The part we need to get out of our houses. Have you asked Lilienne about this? I won't even consider signing till I know she's on board.
Wait, we're gonna find her.
She's right over there. The dark-haired woman, leaning over the railing.
Go ask her first, then.
Yes, you do that. Can't let fat Mr. Clare down now, can you?
I love when she gets incisive. It's so good. I found this jacket, but it's filthy. Could you wash it for me?
I can wash it for you, but it's going to take about a half an hour. Think you can stay put for that long?
No, we must run around ceaselessly. It would be torture to stay put.
I could use a breather before another rainy day begins.
Yeah, I'll wait.
Well, hand it over then, and I'll see what I can do. Must say, I'm proud of this one.
That was a quick one.
Pretty nice underneath all that filth. I hope you'll have an easier life in your hands.
Alright. Goodbye. I'm off.
Magnesium-based life form. We tell them, hell no. You're about to become a magnesium-based...
I think I earned this one on the first playthrough, but I
man is done. No longer
swapped it for something.
rely on slow-working background radiation to take us further into our genetic destiny. This is the era of guided evolution, and magnesium is the key. You are the first of your species. The next step in human evolution. An advanced magnesium proto-man who mags it up, drinks it down, and sniffs it sideways.
Oh, yeah, we actually got better volition. How my logic's in the toilet now, though. That's hilarious. Okay. But again, cop brains. That makes sense. I should check this out real quick.
The door has seen better days. The layer of paint has started to peel off due to the salt and wind from the sea. Even the lock looks slightly rusted.
I'll wait outside to give you some time and privacy to check out your new living arrangements. But just so you know, after we are done with the day, I'll still be staying in the whirling in rags for the night. We'll meet in front of the shack in the morning.
The key turns with a satisfying click. You can enter the shack now.
Alright. Let's rifle around in here.
An old mirror hangs on the wall. You see the reflection of your face in it.
Oh, okay, you can do the mirror thing here too, I forgot.
The expression. It's just hairy.
I'm tempted to take the logic because I think that lets you shave, and why not be absolutely horrible and actually shave the hairy? Old science fiction magazines, books about birdwatching, an almanac from 39. Intrigued heat engine hums quietly, giving out pleasant warmth. Floorboards creak under your step. Oh, really?
A brisk coastal wind still howls against the window of the shack. Occasionally, the waves crawl in under the foundation. producing a low hum.
Let's have a listen.
It feels muffled, like you pulled your hat over your ears. Outside, it is cold and windy, but you're inside, and it feels safe and warm.
What is this place to you?
A forward base for the coastal part of the operation.
Overhead, you hear the forlorn shriek of seagulls. Far below the birds, a wooden boardwalk filled with abandoned stands, tables and benches, echoes from a long-lost time. A middle-aged man stands in a rundown shack on the edge of a fishing village, listening to the heater hum on the wall.
Thank you, Strange Sensation, for a fair assessment of the current situation.
Outside, the howl of the wind has picked up. The waves crash against the stilts again. It's as if you think the thought, but in someone else's voice.
Look under the floorboards.
On the table, you see a bowl of water, a rough circle.
Oh, we can do it.
Next to it, a small hand mirror. A straight razor soaks inside the wash basin.
Shaving the right call?
Reflects back a vague image of your face. Nose bulbous and red, hair unkempt, wrinkles lining the eyes and forehead. The stash is gigantic. You'll be looking like a pansy without the chops. A fucking pansy. A fresh start looms ahead. Clean yourself up and be born anew.
Let's do the most horrible Harry.
Like an artist with a brush or a master swordsman, you use the small mirror and the straight razor with some soap to remove all that unkempt hair from below the nose line. The sharp blade
Jesus Christ. Like, I've seen the thumbnail before. You can't even see it because my fat head's in the way. Hold on. Hold on.
Tender. The air brushing against it, chilly.
Hold on. Like, I mean, some of you have probably seen the thumbnail before too, but, oh. Merciful shit, Christ. Okay. Alright. Let's feel our clean-shaven cheeks.
They feel so.
Oh, we have better morale now.
Surprisingly so. A feeling
Maybe, oh, this is probably from getting the volition boost.
as if you just came from a cold bath.
That means that's going to put a big dent in our officer down count, but... was shaving the right call?
The water reflects back a vague image of your clean-shaven face. Despite the bulbous nose, unkempt hair, and persistent swelling, you look a little younger.
I'm going to have to look at this for the rest of the goddamn game. Oh. Well. It doesn't look as bad on the model, but it's just the portrait is so fucking heinous. Alright, where's the floorboards that we gotta look under?
The bed is comforting, if a bit run down. Still, you've earned a rest.
No time to rest yet. I have to be like right on top of it to check the floorboards. Or maybe we need more clues to what's her futs. Or ask about them. Yeah, it's not gonna be any options. You guys hear anything else about the shack before we move on?
Lieutenant, the policeman. I hope the waves don't...
Okay. Nope, nothing new there. Nope, and save. We're committed to shaven sad boy. Oh, how did I miss that? Earlier. We came through here. I got the boots.
Hi, officer.
Woman in a raincoat stands in the K. Considering an overturned boat. A sword and a scabbard hangs from her hip.
Factory balanced. Bakelite and stainless steel.
Anything I can help you with?
As always, I am the Lawbringer.
You've graduated to Lawbringer now?
Alright, we got an achievement for saying we're the law 7 times.
Men with authority have their quirks. Comes with never being second-guessed about anything.
She waves you off. I love her. I mean, I already love her anyway.
Lawbringer.
Well, that depends. Where are we exactly?
A fishing village on the seashore. This place doesn't really have a name. It's sometimes called Illisible.
Why?
The sign on the street leading here is illegible. Has been since they built this place.
The wind rattles her earrings. I have questions. First is, what's your name?
The name is Lilienne. People call me Netpicker. I think I have time for questions. And that was actually the second one.
Alright. What do you do around here?
Like I said, fish mostly. Sail the waves, take care of the kids, pick nets. Right now I'm tarring a little skiff.
What else?
I sell the fish to people in the Delta to serve at their fancy restaurants. Authentic insular Indian cuisine.
Not enough to make a living?
Sometimes I also walk to the beach to see what the sea has given up. The sea is full of surprises.
Interesting. What have you found?
Wood, pieces of glass. Every once in a while we see dead bodies. Human, animal, fish, other odd sea creatures. A mine washed ashore once. Bottles, drugs also. Lost cargo in general. Most of the time it's just wood and glass.
Mines. Mines. You need mines.
Alright. Mine? The RCM could use a mine. Where is it?
Well, the RCM has to wait for another one because some army folks came by, took it in the middle of the bay and blew it up. The blast was surprisingly timid for such a huge spiky thing.
Spiky. Must have been a naval contact mine.
Fair enough. Alright. Huh. So I take it that's your skiff?
Sure is. The Sun, I call her, coated with a fresh layer of tar just yesterday. It'll take some time for it to dry, assuming the sunny days continue.
Alright. Nice sword. Does it come with a story?
Unfortunately, the factory sold this one with a 3-year warranty instead of a story. It's to intimidate folks mostly.
It is imposing.
It's a regular mass-produced sword, like a shovel or an axe. Nothing fancy, just for intimidation.
Why do you need intimidation tactics?
From time to time, people need a lesson in respect.
She's
That's
correct.
just the way it is. Back in the day, I caught the eyes of many men. And believe me, men need a lesson in manners from time to time.
Can I borrow that sword?
No, I'm afraid not. Tempting to confiscate the blade I used to keep these animals in check would put me in an early grave.
Is she flirting with you? A little? You think she might be?
Why don't more women arm themselves if it's so effective?
What makes you think we haven't? The truth is that almost everyone in this life is scared and tired and stupid and...
I love her. She's the best.
That goes for men too. But they put on an act for us. Pretend like everything's good and living in shit doesn't bother them. Like anyone falls for that.
That does not go for real men. It does not go for you. Show her. Show her the wonder.
Behold. Her eyes meet yours and suddenly she starts laughing. It's hoarse, as if she hasn't laughed in a while. You like it?
Sure. It looks as if you could face down any horror in the world with that same unchanging grin. It's like a shield.
The traces of her laughter are still there, in her eyes, fading fast.
So, where are all the men now?
Some went to patch their wounds, their lesson learned. Others were more thick-headed. And one of them, I ended up marrying.
Wait, why? If they're thick-headed.
Guess I enjoyed the way he bled.
Her expression doesn't change. It's hard to say if it's a joke.
If it is, then why the melancholy?
Where's your husband now?
Gone.
The harbor seawall endures the wash of the freezing waves. Many things wash up against it and onto the beaches of Revachol. Some inanimate, some just no longer alive. You shudder.
He disappeared? Sounds like a missing persons case.
It absolutely does not. We are not going to look for him.
No. There's nothing to find. He's dead. Lost to the waves.
That's bad. What happened?
Who knows? Maybe he fell over. He didn't respect the sea. Went out there, drunk like a skunk, and sure enough, one day the boat was found floating empty. The bloated corpse turned up 2 weeks later. Now, before you tell me how sorry you are for my loss, Know that it was 4 years ago, and I've moved on. There's only so much mourning you can do for a drunk with sinewy muscles.
She really liked those muscles, though. It's in the way she pronounces sinew.
Shit on death. Hope. No. Tell them to let go and move on. Gotta keep the wheel spinning. Oh, no. See, that's what I would say. Yeah, death is nothing. I shit on death.
I don't. But us working folk don't have the luxury to be bedsick with melancholy. I buried him, mourned for an appropriate amount of time, and went on. Life didn't really change that much for me and the kids.
She glances at the village where 2 little kids are playing with what looks like rocks.
This is neither a touchy nor a very interesting topic for her. She looks like...
Thank you, empathy, for actually being useful.
With another, better, drunk. Ask her. Both of you could need some action.
Alright, so we need Kim to peace out. And, oh, that's right, I forgot about finding the date spot. Okay. But now we got that in the back of our head, so... Okay. I'm looking for someone. Maybe you could help?
Let's see. Who are you looking for?
I'm looking for missing cryptozoologists?
I don't think I know what these are. Care to elaborate?
People who look for animals that are hard to find.
Aha! Like snowmen.
Snowmen? Haven't heard about those.
2 old guys have been wandering around here, nose in sand, talking nonsense about snowmen and the like.
Wait, the like?
Right. Not only snowmen, also green men, monkey men burning rhinos. You get the picture.
Where'd they go?
Don't really know. Further down the peninsula, I guess. I mean, that's where they were heading. Who else are you looking for besides snowmen?
That's it. I'm not looking for anyone else right now.
Well, how can I assist you then, officer?
Alright. So I have to get your signature?
Were you? This says by signing, I agree to living with construction noise. What exactly is the Union building?
Everard's planning to turn Somali Village into a youth center.
What a nice idea. Wouldn't have thought that
Thought what exactly?
Everard and the Union have nice plans for anything. I thought they only cared about themselves. Well, I guess Union members have children too.
So, will you sign it?
Aye. Why not? Fine. Here you go.
Alright. Thank you.
You're welcome.
He says with a little nod. Okay. So, gotta find a date spot, and hopefully she's here after 9 p.m. Because the thing, what I can do is, like, I guess call it a night by going in the shed and then, send him off. Alright, oh yeah, we got that signature, so let's get... Actually, why would I save before I get our signature?
Our tenant, the policeman. I hope the waves don't keep you up at night. What can I help you with?
We got Lilienne's signature. Will you sign the papers now?
Lilienne should let her sword make her decisions. The girl just doesn't have the head for it. Either way, I won't sign.
So it was a test?
Aye. Lilienne's not the only one who's too trusting.
What do you have against the Union?
I've seen it all before. You think they've got our interests at heart? Rich men are always selling poor.
I mean, she's got Everard dead to rights, so... She pulls a dark red rag out of the bucket and puts it back.
Then the poor get pushed out of their homes, and the rich get a little richer. That's the way it goes. So, no, I don't trust the fat man, and neither should you.
She is headstrong, but there's a slight hesitation in there.
You lose points for the fucking stupid name. Alright, it's white. I'll give it a shot.
It's really in her best interest to listen to you. You know how the world works.
Isabel, you must understand, this place needs that construction project.
I've heard that pitch before plenty. Building this, building that, new jobs, new blood. Somehow the people here always end up holding the short end of the stick.
You gotta be smart. Read the fine print. Think ahead. Look for
What do
opportunities.
you think I'm doing right now, Mr. RCM?
Scrubbush flies into the bucket so furiously, some splashes in your face.
Like so. Unsurprisingly.
Do you know who takes the cream of these deals? Real estate developers, construction companies, restaurant owners, Claire's accountants in La Delta. Have some integrity. You're an officer of the law, not some fat slug's corrupt little crony.
Have you met officers of the law?
Okay. She's emotional right now. Keep at it. Wear her out.
Alright. What else did I get, though? Oh, the letter again. Feels safe and warm in here, not like outside. Industrial coal pellets burn with an orange glow. I'm not taking the bird, there's no reason to.
Hello, mister.
Besides, like, we've already established that this version of Harry hates cart, so. Alright. A young girl, barely 4 or 5 years old, sits on the sofa. She's looking at you with frank curiosity.
She clutches a small stuffed animal. Occasionally, she twirls it around.
Are you Lilienne's daughter?
Yes, I am. Little Lily. You know my mom?
Yes, we met earlier.
That's nice. My mom is great. She's never angry or anything.
Are the twins outside your brothers?
Yes. They don't want to play with me. They're older and play outside. They look the same. Sometimes I can't tell them apart.
They look identical, right? I said the same thing.
They look identical.
She slowly processes the word and snickers with laughter. What's that? Pointed at the stuffed bird.
It's a grouse.
She helps, smiling broadly.
You might be able to get on Gart's good side if you replaced a broken skewer you almost certainly broke.
Yes, but what's it for?
I don't know.
Can I have it? I know someone who really likes stuffed birds.
Just go and get it. I don't like it anyway. It looks angry.
Okay, now that we have permission, I'm gonna do it anyway.
You just need to grab it from the ceiling and go.
What's that thing you're holding?
It's Lammy. He's my friend. Sort of. Like,
She holds the fuzzy beast up to demonstrate.
Is a stuffed lamb that, admittedly, has seen better days. One of the eye buttons is missing, and the fur is tattered in several parts.
Maybe it looks like he's falling apart.
yes. Lammy has lived a long life. Lammy was a
Revisholium?
No. That's not it. You know what you are, Lammy?
I think she means revolutionary.
Yes. Lammy was a revolutionary.
Goodbye.
Bye.
Alright, free grouse. Oh yeah, we will give it to Gart. Just to see what happens. I guess. Or get some cash for it. But yeah, I'll probably just give it to him. Let's talk to the drunks, I guess. Yeah, because yeah, if we're going to go back to town, it'd probably be smarter to, probably be smarter to drop off some bottles with the drunks. And then so you get through some of the stories. And then we can go back and buy some new ones if we need
I
them.
have deals set up for you, buddy boy.
What are you talking about? Good to see you, friend. Oh wait, I'm a police officer, not your friend.
So what do you want? I got smokes. They're cheap. Very cheap. I got Pilsner. Great deal. You won't get a better deal on that piss. Spirits I can let go for 300 real. I also have speed. And by speed, I mean amphetamine.
Amphetamine?
Aye. By amphetamine, I mean speed.
I thought by speed you meant amphetamine.
Aye. That's what I said.
Right, got it.
Good, my man. Now what can I offer you?
Quite the business venture you set up here.
Oh. The system's been good to old Rosemary here, and I'm milking her like a bitch goat in the backyard.
What do you mean?
You see, friend, man makes his own luck, and I made mine real good. Got my hands on 3 bottles of liquor ex-squeeze, sold 2 to the fellows around here, and immediately invested the profit. Bought cigarettes, bought beer, even bought a bit of speed. And look at me now, I've got everyone on my hook.
Impressive entrepreneurship. I approve.
Hook 'em and cook 'em, huh? You want to buy something? Let's keep it moving.
Why does the bottle of spirits cost 300 real?
See, friend, it's real valuable. Worth every real, if you catch my drift. Got it from a bit of a business venture.
No one can buy spirits for 300 real. It's crazy.
You know what's crazy, actually?
He grins, then bursts out laughing, then takes 3 gulps of his pilsner and stares at you intently.
He's finding it difficult to focus his watery gaze.
What's that?
What?
What do you mean, what? What did you think was crazy earlier?
This guy.
Where'd you get the bottle of spirits from?
Oh, this is medicinal spirits. The good stuff. Got it from the doctor's office. I got one of those scientific ampoules a few months ago. Torpedo, they call it. It's supposed to keep a man from taking a drink.
He spits a nasty yellow clod on the ground before you.
Didn't stop me for shit, that's for sure. 5 lemons with half a pack of butter and you're good to go.
It's a good tip. I should remember it.
It really isn't. The
Jackass.
kidney started giving me all kinds of help. Finally, the missus took me to a private doctor's office. Not a charity, the real thing. Those arseholes charged me 4 real to remove the damn thing. But I came
That's
out on top
really
after
cheap.
all.
Have they no shame taking money for service they
The
provide?
idiots left me alone in there. Now, I used to teach high school biology. I know what doctors use to preserve dead fingers.
He gets an excited gleam in his eyes.
3 cans of this blue medicinal stuff from the back room. Threw the snakes out.
Oh, fuck. I don't forget. Remember if I got this part of the story. I forgot about the snakes.
98.7%, almost pure alcohol.
I still don't think we can use it because I didn't get the tie thing at the start of this one either.
2 I already sold to these fine gentlemen here. But this last one is yours for 3 real, if you want it.
There you go. Talked him down.
Don't say it.
Gotta smell it first?
Yeah, be careful. It's extremely flammable. 1 spark and the entire city of Revachol is wiped off the map.
Feels like someone set a mustard field ablaze right inside your nose, then drenched it in tear gas. Your nose is a singular source of pain, but at the same time, you don't remember the last time you felt so alive.
So, what's the deal, friend? Want the spirits or not?
I think it will prove useful. Yes.
3 real and it's yours, friend. The deal of a lifetime.
Well done. You got it.
Just make sure to enjoy that one, friend.
Son, you will not kill yourself with this. Not today. So we're going to store this as a sellable item. Go sell it at...
Just watching out for my dumbass.
In the civilized
Oh.
world, it's a custom to tip the shopkeep, friend. But come back anyway.
Grumbles an unshaven man with a ruddy nose. He narrows his eyes at you as if in recognition, then turns his head away.
The noxious odor emanating from the drunken man is strong and familiar.
Don't you call her? Yeah! Don't call Abigail!
I'm the law.
You really don't have to. Besides, he won't understand you anyway.
Oh, but that's probably the next thought we should do is the I am the law one.
Abigail. Oh, Abigail.
He mutters while trying to brush something off his extremely dirty trousers. His movements are slow and awkward. Who's Abigail?
Uh-huh. Abigail. Don't you fucking call Abigail.
Never thought you'd see such a thing in your life. But this guy's a little too drunk.
Alright, why shouldn't I call Abigail?
He snorts and beckons you to lean in closer.
Don't call Abigail. Don't call Abigail.
His breath smells harsh like a toxic swamp as he whispers to you. He then waves his hand as if shooing you away. Sometimes I do the mid-text, sometimes I don't. Who are you? What's your name?
Don't call Abigail!
His eyes move around erratically, then look in them hazy and unfocused. Okay, where am I?
The man hiccups, then mumbles something unintelligible.
Hey, I'm on an important investigation. I demand you answer my questions.
There's no use in yelling at drunks. He's barely holding it together.
The drunk man starts coughing, a really disgusting, hacking cough.
He's got the coof.
Does not sound well at all.
Tell me about your friends.
Don't you fucking call her! Hear me! Abigail?
His voice trembles with every word, becoming even weaker.
Don't call.
Slowly, his head nods off to the side, and he passes out, tongue dangling from
There
his
was
mouth.
little chance he'd be a reliable witness anyway.
There's no tear to pick up here. All right, let's get chatty.
Hey, tequila!
A 30-something man clad in a two-piece lycra TM tracksuit puts down his pilsner and extends his hand in greeting.
Good to see you. How's business? How's the whole reality situation treating you?
Shake his hand.
So what's happening?
All right. Wait, tequila?
Yeah, tequila sunset. How are the, high-concept, reality-based adventures proceeding?
I've re-entered reality to conquer it, to bend it to my will. I am the law.
That's the spirit. I used to shape reality into my image, long time ago. Those days are over now.
He looks at his shit-stained liquor jacket with a grim expression.
Sadly, things aren't going that well in Idiot Doom Spiral Land. Haven't found those keys yet, haven't won that great piece of ass back. No word from my business buddies.
He takes a sip from his beer. What do you guys do around here?
We are saving the world.
Please! Please don't call! Don't call!
Begs the man on the pipe.
Okay, we're drinking. We're drinking alcohol. That's what we're doing. I tried to save the world once, a long time ago, with enterprise, creativity, and willpower. But that didn't work out. So now, it's a pirate's life for me.
What is a tequila sunset? You keep saying it?
It's you. Your tequila sunset.
How do you know this?
We've met before. Don't you remember?
Maybe?
I don't think you're ready for that grade of reality yet. It'd be ill-advised for me to tell you. You gotta go do the intro yourself.
Okay, they sent me to the motor carriage. I forgot.
Tequila.
He sips his beer.
He points toward the waterline with his bottle.
All right.
You too, tequila sunset.
Oh, wait. Who's changed? Banged up fuel canister.
A banged-up motor carriage lies half submerged in the
That's
ice,
police blue, too.
sinking into the Insulindian Ocean. Only the cabin top, rear wheels, and the engine remain visible. Remember the tire tracks in Martinez? This is where they were leading.
So, this is where all the tire tracks were leading
It
to.
appears to be so.
Lieutenant has a peculiar look in his eyes as he inspects the wreckage. Let's
I
investigate.
agree. We should definitely investigate.
The lieutenant replies, his eyes never leave the sunken vehicle.
You get a sudden, sinking feeling. Stomach acid comes up as you look at the motor carriage in the deep, dark, cold water.
What's the make of this MC? Can I see a logo?
The logo is too deep in the murky water. You can't make it out. but you do see a monkfish float by.
Let's run a hand over the cold metal.
It's properly stuck in the ice. Getting it out would require a team of specialists. A single day in the salty seawater would ruin most vehicles, but this one looks worn even in places the salt water hasn't touched it. Rust, moss, and sea life have already claimed it for themselves and initiated a slow decomposition process.
How long has it been here?
The ice hasn't closed around the vehicle yet. My guess is it's been here since last Saturday or Sunday.
Alright. Well. Looks like Jacob Er's journey came to an abrupt end here.
Your mocking tone finds no response, but the motion of the waves.
Get another case of engine displacement triumphing over the driver's HQ, or IQ.
Yes. Clearly, this is a triumph. I'd say the vehicle has been here since last Saturday or Sunday.
Alright, what should we do?
Let's wait for the low tide and see what's inside.
How long will it take for the low tide to come in?
I don't know. An hour or two, tops?
Alright, let's hang out.
As you sit down in the old, rusty playground, the world around you becomes very
I
still.
think I took a shot of this last time too, but it's still good.
The hinges creak under your weight, dangerously so. Nothing but the sound of seagulls high above in the sky, echoing like distant laughter. Ice cracks around the blue motor carriage in the sea.
Give it a whistle, we're gonna botch this bad.
Spit flies from your mouth, spraying
Jesus
your chest
Christ.
and landing on the ground before you. No sound, though. The lieutenant must think it's rather funny. He smiles and quickly turns away.
Keep blowing.
That's right. Just keep at it. It will come to you.
With his lips puckered, the lieutenant lets out a beautiful, melodic trill that puts even the insulindic thrush to shame. You hear the sound echo on the large body of water. Clouds race across the spring sky, and suddenly you just feel better about everything. The clouds pass.
Oh, maybe the ID is in the car. I can't remember.
Like the hour hand on a timepiece. 30 minutes have passed.
Alright. So was your dad also,
I'm pretty sure I told you already, didn't I? My dad and mom are both half Seolite.
Oh, right.
Clouds on the horizon grow darker, and the shadow of the swing set keeps climbing. You hear the distant rumble of the city. 30 minutes pass.
You're playing a piece of shit. Race stuff. All I'm saying is I'm surprised people's skin color varies so drastically.
Differences in skin color are the result of melanin production, liver functions, regional adaptation, and various other factors.
Did your eyes also used
Your
to?
voice echoes on the water. Strange.
I'm surprised these aren't doing morale damage. It's probably doing damage to my reputation with Kim, but... Alright. Can you make out the mark now?
Detective, I've been able to make out the mark ever since we arrived. I find it odd that you haven't. It's a Coupri, Model 40.
His eyes turn to you.
Yes. Why haven't you?
It is a simple and rugged machine, favored by working men, government offices, firefighters, animal control people, those kinds of people.
Squint your eyes and say, is that a number on the side?
Yes, 41. What do you think it stands for?
Looks like the factory made a mistake. Actually. 41 is his rank in this underground street racing hierarchy. Small fish, this one.
But it could also be the number of a police precinct. Precinct 41. Your precinct.
A massive pit opens up in your stomach, and the most terrible feeling comes over you. You feel like you're about to faint and fall off the swing. Your hands get clammy, and the air tastes sour to breathe. Oh God, Harry. Oh God, Harry, what did you do? No.
Succeeded in the sweetest jump over the, No. No.
Yes, your car is in the sea. Face it, so we can start dealing with this.
No, it's the street racer.
There were never any street racers. It was always you. You drove your car in the sea.
But Jacob Ura.
The lieutenant just shakes his head.
Oh my god, it's mine. I drove my car into the sea?
I'm afraid so, yes. It looks like you started in front of the whirling, jumped over the canal, and then drove your vehicle in the sea right here.
I wanted to be Jacob Burrow, not me.
Well, it isn't. It's you. I'm very sorry.
Alright. Maybe I was in pursuit of someone.
Of whom? I don't think so. If anything, you were probably drunk.
Probably. Try definitely.
Thanks, electrochemistry. I can still fix it.
That is very unlikely. All the electrics are toast. That goes for the electromagnetic steering and brake systems as well. You'd be lucky to find one undamaged component in there. In a few months, there will be nothing but rust left of this vehicle. It'll be cheaper to buy a new one. Well, not cheaper. This motor carriage costs 40,000 real. But in the long run, it still makes more sense to buy a new machine than try to refurbish this.
I couldn't even pay a hostel bill.
Let's face it, this is a substantial loss to your district's budget. I mean, my station only has 4 other vehicles in addition to my kinema.
How do we get it out?
Detective, we don't. A rescue operation really isn't viable at this point.
It's sunken too deep. There is no access ramp to the coast.
Alright. They're not going to take me back after this, are they? Alright, so it's just going to be there like that?
I'm afraid it will have to be there like that for many years. Look at it. Parts of it might be salvageable, but overall, this machine is a write-off.
They're not going to take me back after this, are they?
People are more valuable than machines. Training a police officer is even more costly.
He's trying to cheer you up now.
People, yes, but not you.
The badge. The gun. Now this.
The lieutenant adjusts his glasses and doesn't say anything.
Alright, we're right on top of the ad, so we'll conclude after we come back from that. 3-minute ads, they're on the hour, just to... on the stream hour, not the hour. So, on the half hour in the hours. But, give or take. But that kills pre-rolls for anybody new coming in. So, yeah. See you in a bit. Take a break. Use the restroom. Whatever. Alright, let's get back to it. Let's finish this car stuff. Well, at least now I can see what's in there.
Yes. Let's go take a look.
That's the fuel canister. Oh, that's right. Until you get the fuel oil for doing the painting, even though we haven't, like, conceptualized anything for it yet. Alright, that's where you get the ID. Good shit, good shit. Also gives me a boost to, actually. It's nice fashy looking boots. Alright. And, yeah, I think we're going to stick with the Dick Mullen hat for now, just to give me any logic at all. At this rate, since it's in the shitter. Oh, 100 points. 5 to our next level up. Good, good, good. Alright, well. Can we get her to help convince Isabel at all, or...? Nah.
Aye, the sea's gonna calm down soon. I can feel it. The wind is turning southeast. What's on your mind, officer?
That's my motor carriage in the sea, by the way.
Oh. That's good to know, I guess. Why is it in the sea?
Official investigation has been launched by me to determine just that, ma'am.
That's great. Until then, you should maybe start thinking about the funeral.
Are you suggesting we honor the carcass of my former motor carriage?
Feels deserved, don't you think? Falling in the line of duty like that and all?
I don't think they have funerals for motor carriages.
And why so? Our things are part of our life world. They're made with human sweat and they share human history.
I love her.
We should care about them as we care about humans. To some extent, at least.
Alright, I'm in. But organizing funeral takes a lot of time and effort, doesn't it?
Oh, yeah. You won't even be able to get it out of the water before early June. And where are you going to bury it? Who to invite? What music to play at the wake? Take it from someone who's been through a few funerals. It's easiest to just leave them there and let nature take care of it.
That's all we have time for right now anyway. Come back here in June and see how you feel about it then. It's not like it's going anywhere.
Suppose the things we can actually do, alright?
Absolutely. Things like what, for example?
I think we're good. Huh? Oh, now we've talked to their sister. Maybe they got something new. Maybe.
The scruffy-haired little boy kicks a stone while the other watches him do it.
Is little Lily your sister?
Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
That's it? You're being laconic about it.
It doesn't look like he knows what that means.
Okay. You must be Lilienne's twins.
Doesn't say anything, kicking the concrete with his worn-out sneaker.
Lily's our mum.
Explains the other one, tongue still lolling out of his mouth. I already said that.
The stone kicker laughs suddenly. His head is too large for his shoulders. The other one laughs as well. The stone kicking isn't even of very high caliber. Anyone can do that.
Children are stupid. Scruffy-haired little kid laughs as though in agreement.
You're stupid.
Alright. Okay, how about the policeman ask you something else now?
Okay.
That's all I got. Alright. Oh, we did the motor carriage so we can do the drunks. There we go. And I think next priority is going to be Gary and Morel.
Tequila Sunset.
Idiot Doom Spiral. I'm ready now. I've seen it. Tell me the story of Tequila Sunset.
Let me take a sip to moisten up my cords.
I'll take one too.
Tequila Sunset rolled into Martinez last Friday. And by Tequila Sunset, I mean you, the man, the myth.
Wait, did we meet on Friday?
Hey, let's not jump ahead of ourselves. This is your story. Stop interrupting.
He takes another sip, then continues.
You got here on Friday to solve a case, hoping to be the early bird who gets the worm. And by the worm, I mean the buzz. Because as far as I know, all you did was get piss drunk. Word on the street is you went around the local hostel telling people that you're a police officer, and that it would be
Oh god, that's where that came from.
Shot yourself in the head, right in front of them. That's pretty high concept, if you ask me.
Oh yeah, that's totally your style. The lieutenant's brow is furrowed. He's listening as casually as he can.
Please, continue.
It was a late Saturday night when we, the Union of Moribund Alcoholics, were getting our drink on. Nothing remarkable about this. We get our drink on 24/7. Makes everything warm and glowy. I trust you know the feeling. One moment we hear the sound of a motor carriage revving up somewhere on the plaza, followed by a series of dings and bangs.
Do you remember the sound of wood cracking? The billboard?
Naturally, loud noises pique the interest of anybody owning a pair of ears. That's just the reality we're in.
Naturally.
Anyway, there was a brief silence, a gasp of silence, if you will, followed by a real commotion. We heard the carriage careening towards the coast at top speed. Sounded like someone jumped the canal. We grabbed our brewskis and rushed to the jetty. Never underestimate the speed of an alcoholic.
3 men are standing
Considering how I used to play racing games, yeah.
out from
Dope.
the shore of a dilapidated fishing village, their cheeks red, spirits high, bears in hand, eyes glazed over.
What we saw was a sight to behold. A beat-up police carriage containing you. Right there on the beach, you revved the engine and screamed at the top of your lungs, "The time hath come!" So, naturally, being the curious cat I am, I asked what time hath come. To which you replied, "The time hath come for tequila sunset, the end of all things."
Every word I said was true. Tequila Sunset will break the looms of reality.
Yeah. Looms. Why not? Then you
Just
jammed the pedal
shoving me aside.
plowed right off the jetty and through the ice.
Your hands cramp on the steering levers.
We ran towards the ice whilst you crawled your way out, miraculously unhurt, covered in seaweed and shit, like some kind of sea monster. When we finally got there, you were sitting on the
Creature from the Icelandian Lagoon. Let's
You
go.
said that your badge and uniform were in the car. It was too late to get in there, though. The carriage had sunk too deep. Recognizing a brother in need, we offered our condolences and invited you to party with us, which you naturally agreed to.
What else was there to do? Thank you, brothers, for your helping hand.
We asked about the whole tequila sunset thing, and you told us it was your name now and insisted that we all call you that from then on.
It's not my name. I'm Raphael Ambrosius Cousteau. That's what you should call me.
Nah, that name sucks.
Jesus
Tequila
Christ.
Sunset.
I love this guy.
Just embrace it, brother.
How long do we party for?
Hours. It was an all-night drink-a-thon. Then, at some point, I think it was Sunday morning, you got belligerent and wanted to talk about Revacholian women.
Here we go.
How they're beautiful and also whores and so on. How one of them fucked you real bad. After a short while, you crossed the event horizon, looked sullen, got up, and left without saying anything.
Wow, that's quite a story.
Yeah, I bet Tequila's a fucking legend around the precinct. You must be proud to work with him.
If you only knew.
Alright. Did I tell you anything specific about this person that fucked me?
You were pretty vague about it, but you kept saying you got fucked real hard, and that we've all been fucked too.
No one's fucked me. I do the fucking around here.
Thanks, Rosemary.
It seemed pretty painful, to be honest with you. If I had to guess, I'd say you're still working through some shit.
Did I mention losing anything else?
Beside your gun and your badge, you said something about your hope or heart or something. To be honest, the details are a little hazy. In retrospect, I guess you lost your motor carriage too? That's a big one.
Did I say anything about my colleagues?
You told us that they were a bunch of fucking losers whose main interest was cramping your style. No specifics, though. It was more about you that night. You were the star of the show.
Did I say anything about the case?
Yeah, you said it was no biggie and that you'd solve it in no time. And that you didn't need anyone to do it. You're doing it solo now.
A lot of cops go solo and hermit once they reach that level of alcoholism.
Did we talk about, politics?
Yeah, you seemed really mad about immigrants.
So your choices do impact us. He rubs the back of his
I'd
neck.
rather not get into the details. It was pretty low concept.
When even the drunks are dunking on you for your shitty beliefs. Alright, did you get a read on what kind of cop I was?
You kept calling yourself a goddamn superstar who'd cleared 501 cases.
As you've already determined, the actual number is just over 200. But what's a little embellishment between friends?
No thanks to the squares at the precinct, as you put it.
I don't need to hear anymore.
It's a hard thing for a man to
There you go.
confront his past. That's why I avoid mine at all costs.
Alright, I'm just gonna set another thought before we move on here. Alright, so what do we got? We gotta unlock. Alright, so we got taxation I was considering, finger pistols was up there. Jamrock was up there. Ring of the Law. Jaw. Hey, so a little observation. It's all cool, man. Don't freak out, but every time you say I'm the law, and you say it a lot, it's basically hello for you. Your jaw does this weird thing. It sort of shifts sideways, hanging off your face at a jaunty angle, while the word law sounds oddly guttural and low. It's strange. You wouldn't notice it, but after saying you're the law 80,000 times, the question does come up. Why do you have law jaw? Law jaw it is. Let's see, because I feel like I'm going to get morale whacked at some point.
Tequila Sunset.
You seem like you're characterized by your storytelling ability. Want to tell me another one sometime?
Do. So now I'm a fucking storyteller. Right. Why not? Better than a beach bum.
Yeah, you want to tell me how you became Idiot Doom Spiral?
It depends, really. Are you willing to help me out?
The gleam in his eyes and the slouch in his posture is so incredibly familiar.
You want booze, don't you?
I don't want it, man. I need it. Can't tell stories without it. Dry stories are boring, you see? So, have you got anything for good old Idiot Doom Spiral?
Alright.
A bottle for a story. Seems fair to me.
Here, I've got a potent Pilsner.
Not much, but it will do.
He grabs the bottle from your hand and uncorks it immediately.
Little boy, you gonna share that?
One of the other bums interjects. Gurgles near comatose man.
Shut up, guys. I'm telling a story here. Something happened to you. Something happened to me, too. My actual name is George, but around here, you already know. I was once
G-E-O-R.
a net worth
G-E-O-R.
individual.
G.
A founder / junior partner
G.
at a high concept creative services agency. When my
So he's in marketing. I forgot how disgusted I was by this guy.
Contract with an insurance firm.
Go on.
I used the profits from my agency to finance what I called a cultural incubator. Abstract value generation, value per person, high concept stuff. I developed the paradigm, worked within the paradigm, but the burden of leadership weighed heavily on me. So I went jogging every so often to keep myself sane.
Did the jogging help?
It did.
Also, I just realized his tracksuit is Christmas colors. We did keep it seasonal.
I felt like I could conquer the world.
Alright.
But now dreams are worn thin, much like my tracksuit.
He says thoughtfully, brushing dust off his shit-stained pants. What happened?
One day I left on my evening run. As you may know, it's impossible to clear your head when you're distracted by the sound of keys jangling in your pockets.
He shakes the bottle and makes a ringing sound.
His eyes are clouded, his dilated blood vessels encircling his irises like stinging brambles.
So I removed the key ring and put the keys for the front gate and the apartment into different pockets to stop the jangling, you see? At least, that was the plan. I was halfway done with my usual lap when it started to rain. The reality situation became very wet, very quickly.
How wet are we talking exactly?
Wet, okay? It was raining really hard.
There's a trace of derision in his voice.
I made my way back home and discovered that I didn't have the key to the front gate. I'd mixed it up with the key to the letterbox, which was useless. Naturally, the situation required me to climb over the gate, which I did. There was no climbing down because I slipped and landed on my ass.
I would have landed on my feet. Got feline reflexes.
No, you don't.
Whatever. The point is, reality was looking rather grim just then. Me lying on my ass in a mud pit in the middle of a heavy shower. But when life knocked me down, I always got up. So I made my way across the yard. Standing in front of my apartment door, fumbling with my pockets, I realized that I'd also forgotten my apartment key.
You've got to be shitting me.
I wish I were, Tequila. I wish I were. Instead of my apartment key, I'd taken the key to the office.
Okay, so what happened next?
I rang my neighbor's buzzers. It was late, and most of them didn't even answer. Those who did assumed I was trying to sell them something and hung up before I could even explain the situation. People are naturally wary of ad men, you see.
As they should be.
One moment someone chats you up, 5 minutes later you've bought a box of edible lingerie and a strap-on. I don't begrudge them, especially since I was known to be one of the best.
He pauses meaningfully.
Just then, I experienced a moment of clarity. I still had the key to my office. I could wait out the storm there. But when I reached my office, I remembered that I'd asked one of my producers to change the locks that day. And since I hired only the best, he'd already done it, and I couldn't get in. Anyway, long story short, life spiraled out of control. I haven't gotten into my apartment for years, and my girlfriend left me because she didn't want to date a homeless man. The company, well, you see where I'm going with this.
He pinches his thigh as if to check whether this reality is the reality.
So, now you've heard my tragic tale. What do you think? Like nothing you've ever heard, huh?
You do realize this is all your own fault.
I don't remember you being such a dick before, Tequila.
He takes a slow, despondent sip from his bottle and looks out across toward the bay towards the skyscrapers of La Delta.
That doesn't mean you're wrong, though. Anyway, that was all the tale one bottle gets you. Almost empty, this one.
Why do you keep losing all your stuff?
Fucking question, Tequila. If I knew the answer, you think I'd be hanging out on a beach in this formerly premium but now extremely dirty two-piece lycra tracksuit? I used to own my reality situation. My business buddies and I had our own creative services agency. I had a nice apartment, an even nicer piece of ass. But somehow it all got away from me. Now I can't hang on to anything. Just last week I stole this nice new jacket, but then I lost it too. The only things I haven't lost are these two drunks.
A lost jacket? Sounds like a mystery you could look into.
Alright. What was the name of your agency?
My agency. Now.
We already have the jacket, so.
Our concept was combining high art with the lowest forms of marketing. The color red, breasts, and oil painting.
Which I love that's kind of reflected in his portrait.
I convinced my partners to reinvest some of our profits in an even more high-concept cultural incubator called Thin Air. The artists were happy, the clients were happy. I was financing a group of poets in East Rebishal who were developing a new universal poetic language. But then it all went to shit.
That's so high concept, I have no idea what it means.
I know. It was fucking awesome. Until I went on a jog, unleashing a cascade of doom that washed it all away.
What's up with the tracksuit?
What? You've never seen 100% lycra before? Go on, feel that primo material.
The man extends his arm.
You really shouldn't touch it.
Touch it.
Pretty nice, huh? This might be one of the last of its kind. Should probably be in a museum, honestly.
Good God. It's nearly impossible to describe how dirty this texture is. It's like rubbing two jellyfish skins together. You feel about
I forgot about that.
less human for having touched it. Randomized trials have also found lycra, TM.
I remember the cancer bit, yeah.
Number of exotic.
So we got both the results we got last time.
So you also have that to look forward to. And then there's the smell. But you don't even want to think about that.
Wow, you're lucky. He never lets me feel it.
That's because your paws are fucking filthy, Rosie. We're right next to the bay. You could wash them anytime.
What about the other drunks?
My fellow members of the Union of Moribund Alcoholics? They're exactly what they look like.
Hey, Tequila! You want to buy some speed?
Shut the fuck up, Rosemary. He's a cop, remember?
I thought he was a cool cop.
A gurgling sound comes from the direction of the non-responsive man.
And yeah, you're already acquainted with abs. So yeah, that's basically us. We drink together.
Alright, what's this about a lost jacket?
Tequila, it's a verifiable tragedy. It was practically brand new. Sure, it didn't really go with my Lycra threads, but it did itch a lot less. Say,
It's always a good sign.
you're a detective, right? Maybe you can help old Doom Spiral out. Solve the case of the missing jacket. What do you say, Tequila?
You mean this jacket that I discovered on the boardwalk and had cleaned on a whim? The man examines the jacket for a moment, a look of consternation on his brow.
This isn't it. Found? That's medium concept stuff. Totally not my style.
So you're saying there's another lost jacket out there somewhere?
It's a big world out there, Tequila. Lot of lost jackets in it. Don't know why you'd think this could possibly be mine.
Hey, Doom Spiral. Ain't that the jacket you stole the other week?
Thanks, Rosemary.
Your fucking life, Rosemary. What's wrong with you people? Like I'd be caught dead wearing fawn, like some low-concept bicycle courier. Tell you what, Tequila. Why don't you just hang on to that one? I'll get another jacket someday.
At least you got a nice jacket for your troubles.
Alright. Got any more stories?
But as you can see, my fuel tank is running quite low. If you catch my drift.
Alright, we're not gonna do it now.
I can't keep on telling the stories.
Okay, let's step aside for a second. I have something I want to talk about.
Okay.
I've been meaning to have a little chat with you about your sense of style.
My style? What about it?
I'm glad you finally started dressing a little more like an officer of the RCM. Keep it up.
Okay.
Your half-brother is proud to stand beside you.
Say, why aren't you wearing a pig suit?
Officers above the rank of sergeant are granted wide discretion when it comes to their uniforms. The idea is that civilians are more likely to open up to someone who's not dressed like a typical cop. You know the expression, the clothes make the man? The right outfit in the right situation can make all the difference in the world.
Okay. No, you're a sharp-dressed man. We could be style buddies.
Let's not get ahead of ourselves, detective.
A warm smile.
Anyway, we should probably get back to the case. Let's go.
Thanks, buddy. Alright, save. I kind of want to hit up the crypto and the, yeah, Gary and Little Black Swallow circles above you. You hear it chirp. Gary and Worrell before we, get too far in here. Water runs from the wet rest, the source upstream. Broken pipe? Because I forget if it's here we can confront Gary about the armor, or if it's later on.
Hello, I'm Gary. How do you do, officer?
Forgot how much of a little shit he sounded like.
Yellow man. I mean, officer.
Bro.
The lieutenant raises his eyebrows slightly and takes out his notebook. Yellow man. That sounds awfully familiar. Something to keep in mind for later.
I'm just waiting for my friend Morel to finish up with his insect traps so we can return to civilization.
Not a lover of the great outdoors?
I like nature, just not this bloody coast. It's mostly drunks and degenerates that come here.
Degenerates? I've been trained to identify the size of degeneracy by the preeminent authority on it.
Oh, I didn't mean it in any scientific way.
Alright.
Always a I mean, officers.
You know anything about the man hanging behind the whirling in rags?
Oh, so that's what the RCM in Martinez is about. Great. Great to hear someone's finally taking care of that.
So you do know something about it?
No. Nothing. He was some kind of mercenary. But everyone here knows that. I'm just glad to hear you're looking into it. That's all.
He's not
Liquor.
feeling very comfy in his clothes, is he?
Oh,
Strange.
you were surprised to see my colleague, Lieutenant Kitsuragi.
Not many Sealites here, or anywhere, other than Sail. I meant no offense, truly.
Yeah, what are they doing at Seal there?
The
Scheming?
lieutenant looks up at you, almost sadly.
Oh no, nothing like that. Definitely not scheming.
He flashes an impenetrable smile. You cryptozoologist too?
No. I help Morel with research sometimes, and I've learned some things along the way. But I don't usually go in for picnics like this on my own.
There probably is a follow-up to this, but you can't think of any. Doesn't matter. Waste of time anyway. Gotta keep moving.
This your mug?
My mug? Why would you think that?
His eyes widen at the sight of the mug. He's seen it before, all right?
Alright. You look like the kind of guy who might have a collection of mugs like this. Home in this, colonial mug collection.
How do you mean? Forgive me, officer, but we've only just met.
He's trying not to look afraid, because that would be incriminating. Yet he is.
Alright. You're acting kind of suspicious. Did I mention the mug was found at the scene of a lynching?
Okay, I admit it. I threw the mug away in the trash container behind the hostel. I know I shouldn't have, and I am very sorry, officer.
He pauses.
You're not going to find me, are you?
Nah, Gary. I just want information.
Whew. Thank you. You won't regret this. I won't use another man's property to dump my garbage ever again. I don't know what got into me, really. Work has been stressful lately. Damn Koiko's price dumping us out of competition.
What did you do, Gary?
Nothing. Just answering some questions. Helping out the law.
Here we go. Start pumping that sweet info.
How'd you get into the trash container?
I know a guy who works with the trash collection services, CS Municipal. He gave me a master key for the trash containers of Martinez,
Why would you need to get into everyone's trash?
so I can use the Whirling's trash compactor to store my own stuff. Garbage disposal is expensive as hell. The damn Hemians run it like a mob.
I don't know if the Hemians have come into
I'm
it
sorry.
yet at all.
okay? I thought I could cut costs. I shouldn't have. I shouldn't have disgraced myself.
Disgraced? No need for the histrionic, sir. It was, after all, just a trash container.
He studies his reaction. Gary doesn't answer.
Gary, did you put the clothes of a murder victim, the man who was hanging behind the whirling rags, into that trash container?
Officer, please. Let me explain. It's not like that.
Do.
I was only cleaning up. I live right across the yard from where he was hanged, and I saw him stripped naked. All the clothes lying around in the yard, smelling. People are animals, you know?
Okay. Then what happened?
Then I came out to clean up the rags because no one else would. I put them into the Whirling's trash, along with a broken mug, admittedly.
He changes his mind mid-sentence.
Okay. I was coming to throw the mug away, and, well, I threw the mug there and the clothes too.
Right. It was just civic duty.
Lieutenant remarks drolly.
Exactly. That's exactly what it was. Civic duty.
As he shifts
There it is.
abruptly, a series of clicks, like the clinking of glass beads against one another as they roll across a hardwood floor. You've heard this sound before, but where?
You wouldn't know anything about the victim's missing armor, would you?
Armor? No. I mean, yes. Of course. I know he was wearing armor, but I don't know anything about it.
There's something going on here. You should observe him more closely after this topic is concluded.
What's that strange sound?
What sound?
Don't mess with me. I think you know what I'm talking about.
I haven't the slightest. There's lots of weird stuff out here in the reeds, though. Insects, trash. Could be the wind shifting some garbage nearby.
Definitely some garbage shifting, but...
Every day, the wind shifts the reeds and whatever was left in them. Tambourines and condom wrappers.
Tambourines is such a choice.
Bottles. The smell of decay.
It rolls nicely, though.
The sound you heard was not the sound of something easily abandoned.
Alright, let's move on for now.
I hope I can help your investigation. In my small way.
He's visibly relieved it's over.
Don't be so relieved yet, Gary. This bad cop may have been in your apartment, admiring your mug collection. Perhaps a little intimidation?
Alright, we're gonna save because, like I said, I'm trying to get the armor. Also, okay. I thought my cursor was over the game screen. It's over the
Always a pleasure.
OBS screen.
Officers.
Let's go.
That shirt looks very uncomfortable.
Got it.
Look at the buttons, barely keeping that thing together, as if something is ready to rip out from underneath.
Something worn underneath it?
Yes, like a piece of ceramic armor, for example. One that makes a clicking sound when the plates meet each other, resembling pearls or marbles, stolen from the corpse in the yard near where he lives.
See, you're a connoisseur of high-quality combat gear.
I knew you'd figure it out, officer. I'm sorry I didn't tell you at once.
He unbuttons the shirt.
I was ashamed of what I did. And I didn't want you to know.
You see gleaming white ceramic shine underneath. A thin layer of interlocking plates covers his gaunt torso.
Gary, what's going on?
Later, Morale. I've got apologizing to do.
No, you've got explaining to do.
Alright. Why'd you lie to me, Gary?
Because I was weak. I should have told you the moment I saw you. But
The hell, Gary? You in trouble?
I'll explain later.
He doesn't muster up the strength to yell. Alright. Why did you really put those clothes in the trash?
Everyone was picking those pieces off him, and I was watching them do it. And they'd scattered his clothes all over the yard. Everything was smelling.
He looks at his feet.
So I went there to take out the trash and started cleaning up. All those rags on the ground, him swinging up there, and I had a lapse of honor, sir. I thought, he's a foreigner. They all say he wasn't from here. Only the harassment.
He's not very crypto at this point. They never are,
It
though.
was early in the morning. No one saw me. I took it with me. It was a mistake. Had I known it'd give you guys trouble, I wouldn't have... Fuck.
It's okay. It was a loose end, and you are tying it up now.
I'm so fucking sorry I called you Yellow Man. Sealite officers commanded the suzerain's navy. Most of them sided with the king when...
He shakes his head.
To say what the lieutenant thinks of this historic apology. His face does not belie emotions.
Give me the armor. now.
He sighs again.
Sweet.
Hangs his head and unbuttons his shirt fully. A cuirass that matches the dead man's boots comes into view. Soon it is in your hands, smelling of his sweat. But so light to hold, like a bag of cotton. This is it. This will protect your mortal shell. Don it and live.
Do you know who killed the hangman?
I always thought it was the Union. Some Union hardasses. Lynched him because of the strike. But almost everyone in town knows that. I wish I could tell you more.
We done here, Gary?
Yes, absolutely. I will never do anything like this again.
He looks around, relieved of some burden. His mouth still quivering. So, Gary, you live nearby? In an apartment in Martinez?
Sure do, officer.
I think we're supposed to do this first to intimidate him some more.
Narrow slightly. He's wondering where this is going.
And you're a big man from Helmdall fan?
How?
Saw the poster in your apartment. You know, I'm a Helmdaller man fan myself.
But why were you in my apartment, officer?
Just doing Mr. Clare a small favor.
So you work for Everard Clare? Officer, please tell him we're good. No, tell him I'll make it up to him. What have I done? He'll send the muscle.
Oh, maybe that'll give me a few more bucks from Claire, too. Man looks around, whispering. He makes sure no one hears you talk.
As he lowers his tone, he hunches his back.
Try not to shit yourself, Gary. It's just an open door.
What could it be about? I probably talked too loud. In the whirling. About some theories I had. Whatever it is, I'm done with it. I won't do it again. If there's anything I can do to assist you, or the Union, just ask, okay? I'll try to help if I can.
This scared him proper. He's positively melting from fear. Has to prop himself up with a lot of anger to keep it together.
The weather vane has turned. He cannot be unturned.
He clearly liked his squirming. He may even have changed his mind about the whole door-opening operation.
Thank you for your cooperation. Alright, well, we've got the armor now, so... Something just dinged. Interesting. Oh, it looks good under the armor, or under the jacket, actually. I like that. What's the Helm Dollar Manager giving me? Dropping authority, so yeah, maybe I'll keep the armor on for now. I don't remember how we get the gloves. I think it's on here, around here somewhere, but here we go.
You look down at the white ceramic sabatons hugging your arches and calves, surprised at how well they fit. Your movements cause tiny little clicks, like dice rolling somewhere far away, as the plates reorient to your motions.
Decked out in future armor, like a cop ought to be.
The hardened, vitreous enamel, at once sleek and light, adds a glow to your cheeks and a spring to your step. Just imagine what a full suit of this stuff could do for you. You really do feel more confident. Invulnerability does that. Even partial invulnerability.
It's the long sought. One down, 2 pieces to go. Here I come.
Are you sure you're correct there? There was a helmet too. 3 pieces more like. You were ambitious. Yes.
We already had the boots, so I think we were supposed to get this after putting the boots on.
Remember, this is a highly specialized kinetic redistributor meant to stop bullets. Wear it. Observe its properties. See if
that'll be the next thought I do after whatever we got going right now.
For the day you have to fight someone covered in the same material.
I'd say that's foreshadowing what they've already said the other guys have the armor, so 36, cool. Save with that thought in. Okay, I guess we'll talk to Morel.
Here we go. Nice and easy. No way out, little guys. Not out of this jam.
There's a cylinder on the ground in which the man is arranging some netting. It looks like some kind of trap. He notices you.
Who's there? Oh, the police. Hello, officers.
His self-conscious enthusiasm renders his movements ungainly. He looks like your understanding of a scientist.
You must be Morel, this cryptozoologist?
To what do I owe the pleasure?
Alright. Lena sent me. Whoop. Actually, say the shittier one. Man to man, you shouldn't leave your woman unattended in the cafeteria surrounded by communists.
The lieutenant sighs at your flagrant misogyny. The cryptozoologist's companion says nothing.
Of course he does.
Nods approvingly.
Fuck Gary.
Yeah. Oh. So that's what this is. Lena sent you. Can't say I blame her. We've been here for days. That darn water lock is broken, and we can't go under the 881.
Yeah, that was me. I broke the water lock with my motor carriage, but it's fixed now. You can go back.
You broke the water lock with a motor carriage? There was a billboard in the canal. Not a vehicle. It said Samaran Butter.
No, see, I jumped over the canal in my motor carriage, tearing through the Samaritan butter side, which fell into the canal, blocking the gates. I used the pawn shop as a launch ramp.
Why?
It was an experiment to gauge the Capri 40's aerial performance. I'm something of a gentleman scientist.
Scientist? Yes, okay. But you said the water lock is fixed now, so we can go back.
Yep.
Did he say we can go back now?
Yes, Gary. We can go soon. If you see Lena, tell her I won't be long.
Sir, your wife is waiting for you.
I just have to do one more round. See if the phasmid has taken the bait. Then we're going.
Tell me about this phasmid you're looking for.
Well, first of all, it's damn difficult to find, which is why we've been knee-deep in the reeds laying traps for it.
What makes it difficult to find?
Good question. Being a phasmid of the order Phantasmodea, a ghost insect, it disguises itself as plant matter. In this case, the reeds. Awful lot of reeds around, aren't there?
Just a little bit.
And I suspect it may have also developed other specialized techniques to protect itself from predators, or scientists, in our present case.
What sorts of specialized techniques is the phasmid using to hide itself?
It's my hypothesis that it has evolved certain electrochemical defenses that allow it to interfere with animal perception, impeding pattern recognition, confusing the visual cortex. But I cannot describe how these defenses work, much less how they evolve, without studying a live specimen.
How big is this phasmid?
I'm expecting it to be quite giant. One known species of phasmid, called the Megaphasmodea zoensis, is about the size of a grown man's forearm. So,
He leaves the conclusion up to you.
Seems puny, to be honest.
Why are you so interested in this stick bug? Are there any more sensational animals out there?
typical rookie assumption. Insects are much more sophisticated creatures than those unversed in zoology give them credit for. Even simply catching a glimpse of the Insulindian phasmid would be the apex of of any cryptozoologist's career.
We still haven't run the photo by Joyce yet either.
Find out how it stayed hidden so long.
Shakes his head.
The glory itself.
What have you discovered about it so far?
Very little, I'm sorry to say. No one's ever captured a specimen, so all our information is based on first and third-hand accounts.
So, no one's ever heard one? Or found one?
Not yet. That's what makes it a cryptid.
Just out of curiosity, if there's no proof of its existence, how do you know it's real?
I know it's real.
The cryptozoologist says, brusquely enough that even he seems taken aback by it.
Which I mean, I've heard enough first-hand accounts to believe quite firmly that the Insulindian phasmid is more than mere superstition.
Lena said there's been a sighting of it here, in Martinez.
Yes, the most recent sighting was by a couple of teenagers along the coast here. That's what brought us to Martinez specifically. It's the first credible sighting in several decades. Admittedly, it's an unusual location for this species, but with all the sewage runoff upstream, it probably doesn't matter much anymore.
Maybe the Insulindian phasmid has died out?
I have to resist the thought. Such an extraordinary creature is doubtlessly highly resilient. After all, it's generally thought to be capable of parthenogenesis.
Parthenogenesis?
Yes. The females don't need males to reproduce. Makes it easier for a species to survive in adverse conditions.
Females reproducing without males? Travesty. Crime against passion and common sense. I'm taking the officer down. I'll just have to skim through everything. It's worth it. It's been a while. That's why I saved beforehand. I'll move that down a little bit too. Not that far. That's good enough. Alright.
Despair creeps into you, getting fat on your weakness. Whatever noble intentions you once had as a police officer, you're still coming up with sentences.
Yes, it can be difficult to be on the receiving.
Nothing you can...
No one even likes cops. Okay. Same responses. As we do. That's going to bring us up to an ad, probably, too. Alright. I have the armor on, yeah. Alright, Let me save with the morale ready this time.
Here we go.
Alright, hoop.
Who's there?
His self-conscious...
Morale.
Do I owe the pleasure?
Woman.
Yeah. So that's what this is.
That was me. Jump the canal. Experiment.
Did he say we could?
Yes.
Sir.
I just have to do one more round.
Phasmid. Difficult.
And I suspect it may have also...
Specialized techniques. Big.
Seems puny, to be honest.
Stick bug.
Would be glory.
Discovered. No one's found it.
By which I mean...
What here, Martinez? Move on. Parthenogenesis.
The females don't need male.
That's what killed us. Okay.
There's nothing dispassionate about the way he talks about the insect.
Alright. Tell me more about these traps.
Well, they may not look impressive, but Lena designed them quite cleverly, so I'm sure they'll do the trick.
Lena designed them?
Yes.
He says with some pride. How do the traps work?
Simple. Attracted by the locusts, the phasmid crawls down the funnel and, having eaten its fill, can get back out. At least, that's the intention. The net isn't a perfect solution, but we didn't want to use anything that might damage the specimen's delicate exoskeleton.
You're using as bait.
Locusts. Nearly all known phasmids are herbivores, of course. But we've hypothesized that the Insulindian phasmid might occasionally prey on other insects.
Inside the traps, a number of locusts crawl and tumble over one another in a tiny, chittering swarm.
What do you do if these traps don't work?
They'll work, I assure you. The predatory hypothesis, using locusts as bait, accounts for the failure of previous efforts by other teams, which use plants. We have given this some thought.
The traps do seem to be deftly and thoughtfully constructed. It's clear the cryptozoologist's wife knows what she's doing.
Let me ask you something else.
What?
How'd you become a cryptozoologist?
I've just always liked animals and puzzles. Searching for cryptids is a bit of both.
Why not just be a zoologist? Real animals are puzzling too.
Real. I know you think one is a respectable profession, while the other is superstition. Everyone does.
Cryptozoology does seem like a lot of wishful thinking.
My methods are the same as those of other scientists. I simply draw upon a wider variety of evidence, and I have more hope that something truly surprising might happen.
Your nerve endings tell you there is no such thing as a positive surprise.
Life surprises are mostly miserable.
Agreed. Yet there is always a chance, albeit a small one, of a truly good surprise. One simply needs to look at the history of science. Serendipities abound.
And has anything truly surprising ever happened to you?
As I said, I have yet to catch a cryptid, although I have come close.
Interesting. Something for later. This close call.
Alright. What kinds of evidence do you use?
Everything from forgotten regional lore to newspaper accounts, like the one that brought us here, to look for the phasmid. I keep a very open mind.
So you've never discovered a cryptid?
No. Very few cryptids are ever discovered, and not for a lack of trying. To stay hidden is a cryptid's primary quality. It's even in the name, cryptid.
So how many cryptids have been found?
The list of cryptids kept by the Cryptozoological Society of Chemney, which is 4,082 items long.
That's a lot of cryptids.
2,000 have been confirmed as hoaxes. 2 are categorized as confirmed discoveries. The rest are in differing stages of discovery, refutation, and data collection.
So only 2 have been proven to be real?
Yes. The Chateau Quan forest pygmy, who turned out to be an extinct species of primate, and a cave salamander from Yugograd, who is, honestly, quite unremarkable. It's in a zoo somewhere. We cryptozoologists are brutally honest with ourselves. More so even than the public. With cryptids, most cryptids are hoaxes or they are never found. That does not mean we should stop searching.
I don't think this guy would be mathed enough to do the 1% math. I don't even know what to say. It's a small number of discoveries.
Do you know what the success rate in pharmacological research is? 0.00003% of bioreactive agents have reproducibly beneficial effects. Yet science persists in the search for medicine, as we persist in our search for new species.
Thanks for explaining that. Now about something else.
Yes?
Alright, I'm gonna leave because I feel like the woman thing might give me morale damage too. And it's time for an ad anyway, so BRB. Okay, yeah, back to Morel for a little more chat. Back to the window so I can chat with Morel. There we go.
Hello, hello.
Alright, it's time to return to your woman, Morel.
Why, whoa, man. You mean my wife, I see.
Whoa, man.
I will return to her. I can't leave before we finish with these traps. My wife understands that just as well as anyone.
You look south, where Elena would be.
Come on, Morel. We've been soaking out here for days. It's time to go back.
And leave the traps? Absolutely not. I won't let Lena down.
Come on, she wants us back. I'm soaked up to my nuts over here. We'll both catch reed crabs if we don't dry out soon.
I didn't know the phasmid was so important to Elena.
Of course it's important to her. She's seen it. A verified sighting, on record. One of only 4 this century, and it's hers.
She's seen it?
Really? She sighted the phasmid? She didn't tell me that.
Yes. That's how we first came to know one another, in fact. But that's her story to tell, not mine.
He coughs, then continues.
Suffice to say, it's long been our dream to find proof of the Insulindian phasmid together. I can't abandon course now.
Another cough into his fist this time.
His spirit may be willing, but his body might be too old to endure the rigors of the coast.
Maybe you go back to the whirling, warm up, come back to check the traps later?
No. The traps need to be monitored on a regular schedule. What would we do if the phasmid were to starve while we were sipping tea at the hostel?
I could go for some trap setting.
What if we check the traps for you?
I didn't expect you to take such an interest in our work here, officer.
Well then, with this cryptid shit, I'm hooked.
Caught the bug, I see. It's easier to get caught up in the search than you'd imagine.
Where are these traps?
There are 4 in total. One is to the south, on this little peninsula, by the boathouses there. It's very near. Another we set in Land's End, to the northeast. It's behind a small sand dune there, on your way to the old radio tower, after the church. The third is set near the canal, where you crossed, by a concrete slab. A big thicket of reeds going up the slope, and among them...
He gestures to the trap in front of him.
You should check at least one of those before returning to this one, since I just said it. This one's more of a technicality, but still, better safe and stupid than sorry.
What do I do if there's a phasmid in one of the traps?
Bring it to me at once. Just make sure the trap is closed tight.
What if I encounter the phasmid in the wild?
That's highly unlikely, officer. But in the event you do, I'll spray you with a pheromone mixture I developed.
Did you hear that? Pheromones. You were right about the teenagers.
So it really was the phasmid that made the teenagers make out.
I doubt there is any connection there. Anyway, These pheromones will attract the insect to you, or at least prevent it from bolting at the sight of you. It's quite potent. Should last you about a week.
Take me up. He douses you with the odd-smelling spray, double helping as you present your other armpit. He gives you a satisfied nod.
It's the smell of dying reeds, of longing crumbling into the water.
I hope you're not buying this. He dispenses it without letting you touch the canister, so it would be precious like holy water.
It is precious. A single dose cost me 50 real to develop. Not that I expect you to understand self-financing one's own research.
He looks at the lieutenant with disdain, then puts the spray back in his pocket. Alrighty, let's get to it.
Which means you two can pack up and go back to the whirling.
Finally, someone's talking sense.
Thank you for your help. Gary and I will start breaking down camp. If you have any more questions, now's the time to ask. We'll be gone once you get to it.
Did you know Gary was hiding the armor?
Hell no. I had no idea. And I'm still cross with him, to be honest. It's not like him. He's got his quirks, but dishonesty, disloyalty are not one of them.
Thanks.
The man mutters in the distance. He doesn't dare say more. Let's talk about specific cryptids.
Right. What cryptids precisely? I usually discuss these things with specialists, so I don't know what.
You need to ask him about specific cryptids. Cryptids you've heard about from Lena or his friend Gary. He won't just talk.
What cryptid did you almost catch? So you said before that you almost caught one?
A willow person. It's a long story. One non-specialist would find rather dull.
What are willow people?
They're not people, really. Some argue they aren't really animals, as they seem to have evolved directly from trees.
He says it in a self-explanatory, everyday manner.
They're very, very thin, almost flat in fact, and can camouflage themselves easily, wrapping themselves around trees and blending in with the trees.
I like these guys.
In that way, they're not too dissimilar from the phasmid we're looking for here.
Wait, so I may have seen these willow people without knowing it?
You probably have.
How'd you almost catch a willow person?
Gary and I painted an entire grove's worth of trees in slow-drying paint. It was a bright lavender colour. I was hoping one of the willow people would get paint on it and not be able to camouflage itself. After waiting in hiding for hours, I saw a figure slip from one of the trees, a lavender shadow, dashing through the grove.
And then?
I chased it with a net. Not very elegant. You can't be elegant in the field. And, well, it was faster than me.
A lavender shadow.
He smirks.
I know you think we were snacking on funny mushrooms. It's easier to mock someone than to admit that the world might be more interesting than you've imagined. Furthermore, I'm not saying it was a confirmed sighting. I'm painfully aware of what goes into verifying such things. There is a serious possibility that I saw a squirrel or a trick of the light. I am my own harshest critic.
And Lena's citing the phasmid, is that...
Confirmed. It's 100% verified and meets all the standards of an authentic cryptid sighting.
Alright, just tell me about a cool cryptid. Any cryptid.
No offense, officer, but I'm not much of a pedagogue. I don't know what I would have done if Lena hadn't persuaded me to go back to field research. You should ask her if you want interesting stories. Me? I'm not a people person, unless you haven't noticed. And I don't make a good lecturer. My strength lies in field work and persistence.
He brushes an errant strand of hair from his eye.
This is a gruff man who's been ridiculed too many times to feel comfortable talking about what's dearest to his heart. It's in his shoulders, his face, his everything.
Enough tales then, let's change the subject.
By all means.
Oh, you're going? Alright, handy autosave. Boop, 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 boop.
There's a trap in the reeds at your feet. Looks like the same one you saw Morel set before. Same mesh, same wiring.
Let's take a look around.
The ruins of a residential building rise over the reeds, shielding them from the wind. The reeds rustle confidently, When this district was booming, the reeds were kept at bay. Nothing obscured the freshly painted facades. Nowhere for drunks and adventurous teenagers to hide. Now only the wind blows.
Reach for the
Locusts
trap.
are crawling around in the trap, confused but uneaten. You see no carnivorous reed phasmid gorging on them.
Big surprise. Anyway, 1 down, 3 to go.
Say
You
nothing?
set the apparatus back on the ground, among the reeds. A scattering of bullet holes is spread across the cracked wall, reaching from one corner to the other.
Look, Kim, even more bullet holes. Something's definitely gone down here.
Correct. The density of the bullet holes is unusual.
Oh, we still have that point to spend,
Even
too.
in a general average bullet hole frequency in Martinez sense. Grim affairs. Meaning, this is a lot of bullet holes. Looks like fully automatic rifle fire. Something you don't see these days.
Why not?
The manufacturing and sale of automatic rifles was curtailed after the revolution. The destructive power of such tools proved to be too much. We do need to retain some humanity in this world.
All right.
Unable to piece together the big picture just now. There's a hole in their hypothesis.
I'm dumb. Nope, I'm taking it. We had that autosave after the conversation, so. Whoop.
Despair creeps into you. Getting fat on your week. You're still coming up with He watches you melt down stoically. Nothing you can. Cop gives.
Alright, load it back up. Check the trap again. Take a mag. Oop. We'll take the mag first then. Okay. Oh, we gotta figure out where to put this point. Maybe I'll just dump it in visual calculus now. How long on that thought? Might as well. I was probably gonna do it and just re-roll it regardless. So one way or the other, you know.
There's a trap in the behind you. When this district, Locust.
Big surprise.
Put it down.
Set that.
Okay. I'm just updating the inspect the traps, thanks. Okay. Oh, the ID is interactive too. Okay. We still got to do the bullet thoughts too. Oop. Did I save? I did not save.
Bullet holes is spread across. A scattering of bullet holes is spread across the cracked wall, reaching.
Grim affairs, why not?
Manufacturing and sale of automatic rifles was curtailed after the revolution.
A row of ghostly shades stand facing the wall. There are many of them, a dozen at least, their heads lowered and eyes blindfolded. It's quiet. No sound, no movement. 10 meters away, other shades are lined up in an orderly manner, automatic rifles primed. A gust of wind blows by. The coats of the firing squad flap slowly in the breeze. A single person stands on the side. The sun blazes high up in the sky, baking the planks, the sand, your skin. The order was carried out in the afternoon. A long time has passed since the moment of this fusillading. Rain and brine have since washed all the blood away. Not a trace remains.
What is this?
The abundance of bullet holes leads to two options. Either an inordinate amount of executions were performed here, or they did not use a conscience round, where only one soldier has the loaded rifle. Looks like this was a mass execution with everyone fully armed.
Look at the people against the wall.
A host of men, probably in everyday clothes, ragged from the conflict and covered in dust. They were not sitting, a common practice for executions in some nations, as demonstrated by the height level of the bullet holes. They stand, facing the wall. It's impossible to discern any details about their personality or background. Ordinary people.
The one with the crutch is what really throws me.
Every one of them.
Who were they?
Foreign dissidents, unwashed criminals, and hoi polloi. Such is your belief, officer.
Look at the line of soldiers.
7 men in combat uniforms and dark coats, holding automatic rifles aimed at the people. Soldiers from some side, but from which one? Men of duty, dark duty.
Who were they?
Martyrs of the nation, the ardent knights, the few who had the guts to do this.
Look at the person on the side.
The commandant, the one who gives the order. Machine gun fire crackling through the air, the lights of the muzzle flashes dancing on his face.
Kim, who was in this execution?
I don't know. I don't know who died here, lined up beside that horrible wall. It could have been any of the parties involved in the revolution. Perhaps the ones executed here were the loyalist conservatives, killed by the communists at the start of the Civil War. Or it could have been the communists, put to death during the last stretch of the conflict by the coalition forces. It could even have been the employees of the failed R&D center down the coast, as their building was taken over by the revolutionaries.
Or maybe...
You mentioned coalition forces. Could it have been them against the wall?
Yeah. It's very unlikely the coalition forces were the ones who died here. They were always the last ones against the wall. To be honest, if a coalition member was anyone in this situation, it was a commandant, the superior giving the orders.
A cold sea wind blows away the figures.
Oh yeah, it's up and then around. I'm also doing a lap in some of the places we already scrounged to get the date site. We should probably get that body taken care of too.
This is the trap Morel just set. Checking it over, he said, is just a technicality. But
take a peek
by the abandoned campsite, hiss and shake. It's good the cryptozoologists left. This isn't a very cozy place to stay night after night. The later it gets, the colder. Remnants of the camp can still be seen in the sand. The fire that's gone out. You feel strange, somehow. This trap is also full of panicked locusts. No sign of any cryptozoological beast inside.
Another empty trap.
Say nothing?
Neither does the lieutenant. He just raises his collar. It's cold out, as always.
Alright. Can't go any further that way.
And Mikhail noticed the windows, especially with how there are no windows on the south side. This was to deal with.
A blonde man stands next to his son, pointing to the weather-worn ruins. He sees you approaching and smiles.
You officers, come to investigate the historic subtext of West Martinez? I'm Tran Heilostam. You must be Kim Kituragi, right? I was just telling my son about this building. Not a lot of people realize the historic significance here. Very rich in hypertext.
Nice to meet you.
Lieutenant nods. Hold on. Hypertext?
Yes, hypertext. Young Carp and the collection of cultural hyperlinks.
He's just making up fancy words. This doesn't mean anything.
What was that about the windows before?
Oh, yes. So, Mikhail, they had to deal with monitor glare, especially in the summer. They still had vector monitors back then. That was 49 years ago. So they didn't have windows on the south wall.
You and Kim know each other?
No, I can't say that we've met before, but I've heard of Kim, of course. Mikhail, say hi to the officers.
He rests his hand on the boy's shoulder. The child stays hidden behind the hem of his father's coat, clutching his Vorm-themed coloring book.
Mikhail's a little tired today. We spent all night trying to run Orbis on his radio computer. Have you heard of it? It's a programming language used in Grad. Quite tricky, but he wanted to play this Grad-made adventure program. We've been getting really into worms lately. But I assume you're not here for giant worms when there are so many real things to see. Just as I was telling Mikhail before, this is where the Coalition landed in '08. We could be standing on what is the most interesting landmark in Revachol West.
He points to the building again.
This man is your half-brother. You feel it. But why?
What's so fascinating about an empty old building?
Aha! But it's not just any empty old building.
He raises his hand to his eyes, springtime sun warming his handsome face. All four of you turn to admire the mural before you.
What not a lot of people know is this used to be the R&D department of Felt Electrical. And Felt, which now sells ink cartridges mostly, was once a top dog in the turn-of-the-century cybernetics boom.
Hold on. What's R&D?
Wait, what's an R&D department?
Apologies, it's an acronym for research and development. They don't use it anymore.
He smiles brightly, laugh lines around his eyes.
You're probably more familiar with RTD, Research and Technological Development.
Mea culpa. You are not familiar with that one either. This man is a bookhead.
Look at the building looming over you.
It looks old and weathered, with seagulls picking apart its stone and metal carcass. Bushy undergrowth has taken hold of the collapsed rooftop. Some kind of bird has set up a nest on a broken windowsill.
Don't think I've ever heard of this Felt Electrical.
That's not surprising. Only a vestigial ink cartridge and ferrotape manufacturer remains.
He adjusts his suit
They
jacket.
started out as a midway electronics outfit in Königstein 2 centuries ago. After an aggressive move to Revachol, Feld became a global player in the emerging personal electronics market of the pre-revolutionary era. Still, Tricentennial was beating them in business machines.
Exciting.
But Feld had an ace up their sleeve, or should I say they were developing an ace up their sleeve. I'm mixing my metaphors here.
What ace was that?
It was here in Martinez, possibly in this very building, that they developed prototypes for a tape computer.
Tape computer?
An elegant folding mechanism of rollers and ferrotape ribbons, portable enough to be a take-it-home solution. Revolutionizing business machines, possibly even bring them to the average consumer, which is a feat
Sounds like there's a
engineering
but.
even today's giants, Rehm, ICN, and ZAM, haven't achieved yet.
He grins, admiring the sentence he just produced.
He assumes something like a combat stance, facing the wind.
What happened?
Indeed. What?
The revolution!
The boy wipes his nose on his sleeve.
Unfortunately, their moonshot project never made it to the market. Feld's move to Revachol backfired. The revolutionary government liquefied their assets and expropriated those very advanced prototypes. Possibly from this very building, or one of the adjacent ruins.
He pauses, pointing to the other building, then continues.
All of this was built by Feld, even the boardwalk. Wild Pines built Martinez proper as a resort for their middle management. Feld built this side of town for R&D.
You're telling me a Feld built this boardwalk?
Yes, they even built a pleasure wheel, but that got destroyed in the war. Yes, to lure in their star engineers. This part of Martinez was nothing but reeds before Feld arrived. They had to make the prospect of living here attractive. It was supposed to become a global center for innovation in cybernetics. But history had other plans.
What happened to the engineers, the company people?
Oh, I'm afraid it didn't end well for the boys. But this story is a bit too dark for little Mikhail here. Now, if you were to ask about tape computers...
What do the revolutionaries do with those advanced tape computers?
They used them for military communications. but also to write and send out press releases. The most notorious example being Le Décret de Mars.
Oh.
What's the Mars Decree?
What the heck's that?
I mean the radio transmission sent out to news agencies and world governments by the newly created Commune of Revachol on the 7th of March in the year 02. It's a beautiful piece of text, actually. A singer-songwriter I know, Charette, called it a love poem to Revachol on her political concept album, Bombecer dans ce Lind. You should read it. Every local library in Revachol stocks a copy of the decree. I tried to get Mikhail to memorize it. Tried to. Someone was much too interested in worms to be paying any attention.
I wonder if we can actually get that to read.
Kid
I
takes
don't remember looking for it before.
silver worm on the cover of the book, already forgetting about this part of the discussion.
How'd those tape computers work? Did they work like radio computers?
Actually, no one knows. No one even knows what a computer made entirely of tape would look like. But word has it, they were very elegant, exquisite, alien-looking turn-of-the-century hardware.
He raises his finger, remembering
10
something.
years ago, I did a little freelancing, I guess you could say. I was a special consultant for an exhibition at the Wompty Dumpty Dum Center.
I forgot about the Wompty Dumpty Dom Center.
We raised the same questions, and we had lengthy discussions with Paul Ockerman, who was head curator at the time. This was before the twins Keith and Guy Juice joined the team, trying to...
Wait, did he just say Wumpty Dumpty Dom Center? He did it. He said Wumpty Dumpty Dom Center, like it's the most natural thing in the world. What the hell is a Wumpty Dumpty Dom Center? And who the hell are Keith and Guy Juiced?
Okay, the Wompty Dumpty Dom Center. Paul Ockerman. Keith and Guy Juiced? What are you talking about?
The Wompty Dumpty Dum Center for Contemporary Arts. The exhibition itself drew on Lagerman's notion of memory, and so there were some parallels. That's why the head curator, Paul Ockerman, chose to...
Come on, there's no place called the Wompty Dumpty Dom Center of the Arts.
Actually, I think there is. No, it's too much. He's joking.
In fact, I'm not. The Wompty Dumpty Dom Center is a place you can visit if you're ever in Vredefort and are ever in the market for an exhibition space / contemporary art research center.
He clears his throat.
But perhaps I should return to the tape computers. As I was saying, the device itself was very elegant, fragile even. One could write directly on the tape using a special chemical solution. The machine would then analyze the handwriting, perform operations, and project output onto a white screen. It was a beautiful, delicate thing.
RCM should get some of those.
Even one would be very useful. Though I understand the socio-economic causes of the revolution, it pains me to imagine the revolutionaries setting fire to the precious device. So they did. The Feld playback experiment vanished into the fires of 07.
Wait, the Feld playback experiment?
Yes, the official name of the prototype. Some sources report it as the Feld playback experience, but those are incorrect.
That's more of a band name. Why'd the revolutionaries destroy it?
Who knows? Maybe it was an accident, or maybe they didn't want the technology to end up in the wrong hands. Either way, they're all gone now. All 3 versions of the prototype. Nothing but debris and ashes remain inside that building.
He takes a step back. The boardwalk creaks mournfully in the wind. I wanted to have something else.
But of course. What else?
You look like someone who has money. Do you have any money?
I do have some money, yes, but that's not what's really important here.
He brushes it off like it's not a thing at all.
He's not gonna give you money. What are you doing? Clearly you were just profiling.
I don't want your money. I just wanted to see whether my profiling skills were working.
Of course, detective. I wouldn't have assumed anything else. Matter of fact,
He looks up again, a playful hint shining in his eyes.
I don't know if you're familiar with this, but the Vespertine Department of Justice has published a rather interesting paper on the criminal profiling in former socialist states. Have you read it?
Probably not.
If not, then you definitely should. If not for tips and tricks, then just for theoretical curiosity. Anyway, that's just a little something that sprang to mind. You were saying?
Forget it. They don't sell those kind of books at crime, romance, and biographies of famous...
Oh, we need to get the Dick Mullen novel, too. Great, thank you for all the interesting information.
No, thanks to you for having me and little Mikhail here to pick your brain. A very interesting conversation indeed.
I mean, he did most of the talking, but okay. Alright, let's get this body.
A man lies on the boardwalk, his limbs bent and neck turned at an unnatural angle. Right next to him is an empty bottle of spirits. In his cramped hand, a chewing gum wrapper.
Okay, the thought isn't done. It's just out of the Wumpty Dumpty Dom Center.
Half of his body has slipped between the cracked boardwalk, starting with the right leg. The fall has left him broken, contorted like a sad puppet. The smell is not as bad as a 2-week-old corpse, but it's definitely heading there.
Hold on.
Lieutenant squats next to the corpse and examines his face. Two bulging eyes stare back at him, void of any signs of life.
Lividity is faintly pronounced. Whoever this is, he's been dead for 2 days. No longer. We need to investigate.
He stands up and shivers as a gust of wind blows through his bomber jacket.
Another dead body. This is your job. Steel yourself. Calm now. Carefully. Just another day. Just another dead body. Breathe.
Alright, study the man's clothes.
He's wearing mud-caked boots, beige trousers, and an old brown leather jacket with a bright blue lining. There are traces of kebab sauce on his chest. The leather jacket suits him well. It must be custom-made.
Pocket check.
Find some sunflower seeds and a rain-soaked library card folded into two. His jacket feels sodden and heavy under your hand.
Good. We should take a look at that library card after this is done.
Study the man himself.
The man has fallen through a crack in the boardwalk and hit his head against the metal bench. Coagulated blood covers his black hair.
It didn't occur to me that it's integrated into the bars around the railing. That's cool.
You have to be
as the backstop for it.
To fall that bad. Well over a liter of pure ethanol, 3 bottles of wine, or 1.5 of spirits. When damp, these boards are really slippery. Even a sober man could lose their balance here.
Examine his face.
His expression is dull, like the sea behind him. Drops of water shining on his mustache. His eyes, empty and wide, look frightening in their frozen gaze. Height, 170 to 175 centimeters. Curly hair, stout build. Age, approximately 50 to 60 years.
Study the surroundings.
There's some dried blood on the metal bench, right where the corpse's head rests. The floorboards are rotten and slippery wet around the hole. An empty bottle lies nearby. A chewing gum wrapper is clutched in his fist. Be very, very careful where you step here.
Alright. Check his head.
A dried chunk of blood covers the hair at the back of his head. An open wound. It's sticky and cold to your touch.
I don't see any other major wounds, do you?
Hard to say.
Seems like the head wound was fatal. It's exactly the shape of the bench.
Alright. Step on the floorboards.
The boards screech under the weight of the teeth.
Oh, it does take into account what shoes you're wearing.
It's a good thing they're so
That's cool.
Because it's hard to determine whether it was the dead man's weight that caused the boardwalk to break. It definitely looks fragile. You see waves churning below. Something cracks beneath your feet. He could have easily disappeared into the sea through that hole, and you would have never found him.
Bottle check.
A 0.75 liter Tallulah vodka with its cap missing. There's hardly anything left inside. It's mid-market spirits with a slight touch of menthol. The man meant to enjoy himself, have a good time.
Tear all around us.
He looks at 2 other bottles near the coin-operated viewer, then at your yellow plastic bag.
I prefer if you didn't collect them this time. It's not proper.
Examine the chewing gum wrapper.
Grabowski spearmint chewing gum. Green leaves on the cover. The man's mouth is half agape from the terror of the fall.
Let's take a peek.
The blackness of death. Stench. You think you see white chewing gum too. Confirmed. Nearly the whole pack is there. Solidified on his lower rear teeth.
He ate the whole pack, right? It's to cover the smell of alcohol before going home. The worst thing is, I've seen it before. Almost the same scenario. Even the chewing gum. It's always the same.
The entire boardwalk creaks in the wind as you take a step back.
Who's this guy?
Looks like one of the locals. He'd have to know this spot to come here. You don't just walk over here.
He looks south the way you came.
That's just a lazy assumption. What do you think?
At least this man knew how to party. Imagine the same scene without the bottle. Now that would be just sad.
Looks like just another old drunkard to me.
And he was married.
Lieutenant points at the ring on the man's left hand, the flesh around it swollen and gray.
But let's try to not run ahead. For now, all we know is that he's an unidentified middle-aged man found dead on the Martinez boardwalk.
What do you think happened here?
Death by misadventure. He slipped and fell through the boardwalk. A truly unfortunate accident. If it wouldn't have been for that bench, he'd be alive.
Do you think he was drunk?
Oh, yes.
What about alcohol poisoning and liver failure?
Some symptoms of acute alcohol poisoning could have definitely played a role here. Severe confusion, respiratory depression, unpredictable behavior.
God damn it, I keep getting jump scared by shaven
But I
Harry.
think that death arrived through head trauma, not liver failure.
What about the kebab?
What about it? The deceased ate some kebab. It's probably from a nearby place, maybe in the box.
Someone should be held responsible for this broken boardwalk. It's dangerous.
They'll seal this place off after the news reaches the coalition officials. I doubt that they have enough resources to actually repair the boardwalk. Not that sealing it off would keep anyone away. All it does is keep the city council's hands clean.
He smiles sourly.
It does seem to be a pretty straightforward misadventure, although there's still a question of identifying the body.
What should we do with him?
From where I stand, I can see two options. We either take the case and follow the leads to identify the body on our own, or we report back to the station and leave this for our colleagues to handle.
Alright. Hold on, what about field autopsy?
A field autopsy isn't necessary if the cause of death doesn't appear to be criminal, and this looks like a simple accident to me. I'd say we should just write down head trauma in the autopsy report and leave it at that. It would save us at least 2 hours of unnecessary work.
Yes, but isn't that kind of sloppy?
Maybe, but we don't really have much time or resources to spare. The guys at processing will take care of the rest.
I'll take the case.
Alright. We should first examine the library card you found. Then we can call the station from my kinema. Let them know we are taking the case.
Okie dokie. Stop messing with the coin viewer and hold on to something. The wind is so strong. That's the library card.
The library card is folded into two and still slightly wet to the touch. The front side reads, Central Jamrock Public Library Card, issued to Billy Mejean, expires July 53.
Look at the backside.
If lost, please return the card to the library. Dial 005
Oh, we're just too late to call in. So.
211 or visit us at Moreau Street, 78, Jamrock.
So I'll have to make the call on that tomorrow.
900 to 1800.
Oh, one more thing to do. Still got a lot done.
We should give them a call from my kinema. See if we can learn anything about Billy Mejean.
Good idea. There was plenty of information here to go by.
Look inside of the card.
Whoever owns this card is an avid reader. You find a list of books written in blue pencil. Radio thriller. Stand a little less between me and the sun. The last one in the list is The Glinton Curve by M. Theobald. A library stamp indicates that the book has been returned. Most of these titles seem to be in the sci-fi genre. Some thrillers too.
Alright, so we're gonna check out the car. Oh, that's right. It's down and around. Okay, we gotta go around the back of this. So we missed. Oh, that might be one of the traps we need to check still. That's probably it. Saving the phone for later. think this is also the way back to the bunker, too. Yeah. Barrel's been recently discarded. Still smells of fuel oil. Chain trails off into the ocean to who knows where. These rusty gears used to turn the whole machine. Okay, that's not a trap, just a box, but free stuff. Polo shirt if I want to look like a doucher. The other trap's on the way back anyway.
This trap's not too hard to spot. Once you know what to look for, keeping it hidden has not been a priority for the cryptozoologist.
Take a look.
The reeds sway in the coastal breeze. They seem to be waiting for something. The wind picks up here, near the Cape's end, surrounding the narrow strip of land from 3 cardinal directions. It's cold for this time of year.
No kidding.
Nothing
for the trap
in this trap as well. Definitely no cryptozoological monstrosity.
Empty as all of them. One more of these and we are done.
Space is red from the cold sea air. He crouches to catch his breath.
The lieutenant stretches his back.
Someone's made a campfire here a long time ago. Rusted broken control box for the radio relay tower. Ladders too rusted to climb. The sea air is eating away at it. Tiny inlets here. In the inlets there, off in the far distance where the posts trail towards. Posts trail toward. Cigarette your butts cleaned away under a rock. Brand Tiomutiri. Alright. Check stuff out. We'll check the door. That's the body again, okay. We scrounged the trash can last time, that's why I didn't check it after the body thing. Alright, oh, I gotta go over here. Oh. I'm gonna get that thought first. Before you, how's the engine? Must have been a big one. Yeah, I don't think this can do morale damage, but we'll see.
An old door, worn by elements, guards the depot. The wind has blown a sand dune in front of it. The door hasn't been opened in a long while. You see a handle.
What is this thing, anyway?
It's military. A service depot of some sort.
Used to service what?
The washerwoman mentioned a depot up the coast. She said it was for moving ammo and cargo across the bay. This might be it.
Alright, yoink.
You rattle the handle a bit, then push on the door with all your weight. It does not budge. Not only is it locked, it's also jammed shut.
Huh, door shut tight. How can we get in there?
We don't get in there.
What do you mean? We get into, like, everywhere.
Frankly, you're just going to have to accept the fact that you can't get in through every single door.
I'm not going to accept this. The door could be part of the investigation.
Relax. No one's hiding in there. If we can't open it, others can't either. And thus they can't get in.
He looks at the door with a rueful smile. That's going to take a while. I'm going to head back to town. Drop off the bird. It's getting late-ish. I mentioned earlier I wanted to talk to Joyce about stuff, so... That's just Lilienne again, okay. That and the other traps over here anyway, so...
It takes you a moment, but finally...
Oh, and I wanted to talk to Everard since we scared Gary.
This one's partially obscured by the reeds. The reeds bend forlornly toward the sand. You see slabs of concrete north. In the east, the city center hums to you. The constant, distant song. Louder on this part of the coast. Nearer somehow. And there's that cold again. Always the cold. The trap feels light and silent as you pick it up. Something is different here.
Let's take a look. It's empty.
Your voice echoes on the coast, carried by a gust of cold wind.
Well,
what else is up?
Debate worked on something. This doesn't mean it was a reed monster, though. Unless you see one in there. I just see an empty trap.
The netting is a little untidy, messier than the others. Like someone or something picked up the trap and shook it before dropping it back down on the ground.
I do get the feeling that someone has been, or something that may have messed with the trap.
Perhaps our cryptozoologists have competition in the form of an actual entomologist, or someone else is sabotaging them. I could present more theories, but then I would be taking this on as a case, which I'm not.
You're right, but I still need to tell the cryptozoologist about this.
But after that, we get back to our own assignments. There really is no explanation for this detour right now. None. None whatsoever.
Great if they turn out to be in Kuno's shack now or later. Alright, Gart. And if the cryptozoologists are here, I could talk to them. Might as well get out of the way.
Can I help you?
Hey, Gart, I found a new bird for the whirling.
What is this thing?
This is the ruffed grouse. Symbolizes the might of male courtship rituals. May serve as a reminder to keep an eye on the cock carousels.
Okay, I was really hoping not to think about the cock carousel any longer because it made me feel like shit. But this is a competent piece of taxidermy. I can fix it to the plaque and have a new bird in the establishment, I guess. So, I don't know. Thank you. I'm gonna go with thank you.
This was mostly about the fucking cardio. Massive cardio here. You'll live till 90, or you get a heart attack from running.
I feel good about our work here today. It's all about the little things, like bringing people random stuffed animals.
Thanks, Cam.
Got the 20 real?
Not yet.
Then why are you wasting my time and yours?
Breakthrough good.
Bringing of the law.
I'm curious what this gets us.
Okay, so we now know why you have law jaw. Why you say the law in a weird manner. And why your jaw does that thing. You had polio as a child. You hadn't gotten vaccinated.
Oh, great. So RFK Jr. wants us all to get Lawjaw, apparently.
Not a lot of vaccine going
Fucking piece
around.
of shit.
So you got infantile paralysis due to polio, and this jaw thing is a complication from that. Admittedly, it's not very funny, but you overcame it. This little infant survived and became a sharp-shooting super cop. So, fuck you, polio.
Alright. Hand eyes up. Succeed all passives. Cool. Rhetoric's... Ah! Y'all still weird. My rhetoric is so K-fucked. I don't think we're getting into that crate. I don't think I have any experience to burn yet, right? No, 60, okay. Soon. Oh yeah. Alright, let's do Joyce first. And or Everard. We also have the ID. We haven't like investigated the ID. Did I save after that? It's been a minute. Alright.
A police badge on which you see the photo of a man. You. Some seaweed is stuck to the back.
Family badge.
Something good came out of all these.
Okay, we had experience for it too. Lieutenant glances at the badge in your hands. Study the badge.
Encased between two durable plastic sheets is a bluish card with lines of information and a watermark in the shape of the street grid of Revachol West. You see a photo, a name, a rank, a document number, the date of issue, and, in the lower right corner, your precinct.
Look at the photo.
The man keeps winking at you with his green-gray eyes. The photo is old. No doubt about that.
How old?
8, maybe 10 years. The guy in the picture is rather good looking. He's got a nice haircut and is distinctly lacking in massive sideburns.
And he's winking? Why?
What do you think? His face is already contorted by the expression, although it looks less grotesque on him than it did on you. It looks like you had quite the charming face way back then. Your hair is brown and slightly curly.
Oh,
eyes
like me.
seem more clear somehow. The lack of alcohol swelling is a bonus, though there's a pinch of that in your cheeks already. The badge in your hand shines as you rotate it, catching light. You see lines of information on it, and a shining watermark.
Name, Harry Dubois.
Harrier. That's long for Harry. So you are Harry. Everard was half right. Probably not a lot of people know your full name. Whoever told him you're Harry Dubois didn't.
Strange, doesn't say Raphael Ambrosius Cousteau.
Not strange at all. Your name is Harrier Dubois, like it says on your police badge.
Wait, what kind of name is Harrier?
It's a wartime name. Revolutionary. The kind mothers give their sons during troubled times. Like Undying or Boxer or Ironhide.
Those are names you give bully XLs.
It's meant to keep you safe from bullets, hunger, shrapnel, kidnappings, and worse.
But I don't want to be Harrier Dubois.
Why? It's a cool name. I like it. Besides, you're Harry anyway. No one's ever called Harrier.
He's not going to call you Harrier. He'll keep calling you officer when he's angry with you, and detective when he's not.
I like that little insight.
The badge in your hands shines as you rotate it, catching light.
I haven't been keeping track of counts of either, but... Rank, LTN-2 JFR?
Lieutenant W. Freighter.
What is a Lieutenant W. Freighter?
Lieutenant is a rank above sergeant and below captain. It's the highest rank in the RCM that still does field work. I am a lieutenant.
And W. Freighter?
The title of Freighter is added to your rank when you decline a promotion to a higher rank. In your case, captain. You have
I thought this bit came from the notepad or whatever.
There are many reasons.
That's why I didn't remember it.
The rank above you in your precinct's décomptage might be taken. Or sometimes promoted officers do not want to replace their superiors out of respect. And sometimes they just prefer the type of police work available to their current rank. In your case, lieutenant.
Heavy-duty case-solving machine.
What's a décomptage?
Décomptage is the hierarchical system employed by the Revachol citizens militia. It means counting down to twos. The lowest rank is junior officer, usually teenagers. Then there are the patrol officers, then sergeants, lieutenants, then a captain. That's basically it, except for a few kinks.
What kinks, and are we shaming them?
Kinks like satellite officers and the additionally a freighter rank I already explained.
The long and short of it is, you're his superior.
Alright, what about satellite officers?
You are given the title of satellite officer if your partner is quickly promoted through the ranks and you rise with him. You don't seem to be a satellite.
So you've been putting up with all my bullshit because I'm your superior?
No, I've been putting up with you because despite an unconventional approach, you are doing good police work.
If you say so.
It matters more than driving your motor carriage into the sea. And now we've even found your badge.
He trusts you, for now.
I thought my rank was drunk.
Yes, apparently you've had a rather successful career in the past, and this leads me to believe maybe your current situation is only temporary.
I'm afraid there are no ex-alcoholics.
People have been through worse and gotten back on their feet, Lieutenant W. Freighter.
He says, with a reassuring little smile.
Such a small yet precious thing. Expensive paper caught between thick plastic, like a fly in amber. It reads...
Serial, Rev 126205 Jam 41?
That's just the serial number. Revachol, Jamrock, Precinct 41, with some numbers thrown in there for good measure.
Date of issue, 7th of November, 50?
4 months ago. I'm guessing that's when you were promoted to the rank of Lieutenant W. Freighter.
We have a couple case files to read, too.
A new badge usually comes with a new rank.
I'll do that if I need to kill time.
You seem to have been doing well, then.
The pain in your chest tells you you were working yourself to death to earn that rank. The case created a lot of edge you have to take off. The death march really gets us going.
Precinct 41?
Yes, it's the designation of your precinct. 41. Like mine says 57. The 57th is mostly industrial harbor. A lot of asphalt. The 41st is...
He stops. What?
It's a tough station to work in. You have all of Jamrock to cover. That district should have 3 precincts, but money is what it is.
It's no wonder you are like you are, he thinks. But then again...
We're also right on top of an ad, so hopefully we can get through this.
It's a legendary district, and a hell of a station too. It must be an honor and a curse to work with people like Price, McCoy, Berdiaeva.
He knew all those people, although they're not from his station. They must be big. And you? Is it an honor to work with you? Don't ask him, ask yourself. The badge in your hand shines as you rotate it, catching light. You see lines of information.
You heard that already, so put the badge away. Alright, we'll go to Joyce after the break. BRB. Alright, so the plan is Joyce, Everart. We haven't checked in with Cindy in a while either. Now that we have the fuel oil, I don't know if that's what triggers get more done, or if I need to do the conceptualization on the wall. Let's see if I have it unlocked yet.
Just an ordinary wall.
No.
Nothing to see here. Yeah. Why? It's a wall. An ordinary wall.
Why must we stop to look at this wall every time we pass by? We have business to attend to.
Cool wall.
You're back. Good. What can I help you with?
Oh yeah, there's the photo. Yep. Found my badge, by the way.
Love, you did.
She inspects the piece of blue plastic, her eyes scanning from left to right.
Fast, observantly, like an electronic printer.
Pleased to meet you, Lieutenant W. Freighter Dubois. I am glad to see a man of high qualification. The situation is precarious. What can I help you with, Lieutenant Freighter?
Right. Now can you tell me about these tattoos?
Of course. Excuse my hesitation before.
She reaches over the guard wire and takes the photo, holds it in her hand.
About half a minute in silence. She wears fingerless gloves. Her fingernails are cut short and fractured, like those of a working woman.
It was taken with a trigette not long ago. This is the man's upper body. There were no more markings on his hands or legs.
What do you think?
Sorry. I was trying to see if I can read the web of interdependencies between these points. The stars.
She points to one on the photo paper.
Can't. But that's how you read this story. The points themselves don't have letters, numbers, anything. Their size, location on the body, and distance from each other tells you what they represent.
Like blooms in a pattern?
Close. Port cities. This is an Oronese map of the waterways, a sailor's tattoo worn by wayfarers of the Dolorian century. Over 300 years ago, the sailors would mark their bodies to map their travels.
You're telling me this man's over 300 years old? What's the use of the map?
Sailors a soul would use it to fly back home if they should die abroad. This is a sort of contraption to be reeled back in by. The silver cord, they would call it.
What travels did the dead man make?
Quite a few. Vredefort, the Oranese capital, traditionally stands on the right shoulder. He started somewhere near here, I think.
What next?
Then he made his way to the Pretto Grande, through what I think must be the Stutz Canal, an artificial channel through the Occident. From the Pretto, he sailed to the Insulindic Ocean, first the Semnes Islands, then this.
She points to his heart. What's up?
Revachol. Those are the two constants. Vredefort on the shoulder, and Revachol in the heart. They started the tradition of these maps right after the discovery of Insulinde, at the dawn of the Inter-Islary Age.
You said you can't read it.
I can't. This man was no sailor, and these are no ports. I can understand geographic fragments, but not their meaning.
Who can tell me more?
His platoon members? The other contractors. Though I do not suggest you go and show them that picture. This man was their friend and comrade.
Challenge accepted. I say we do it.
I need the information.
Do what you have to do, Detective Dubois. I don't think deciphering that tutu should come before public security. But if you should wade into the mob to find out, I couldn't stop you.
Fair enough.
We will be careful, man.
Alright, that's all for that too. Thank you for your help.
Is there anything else I can help you with?
Alright. Sorry, get a cough drop. It's got some lingering throat irritation. There's a bug on my monitor. Hopefully I can deal with that later. Alright, yeah, Cindy the Skull, since we haven't checked in a minute. And now that we have art stuff. But yeah, I'm pretty sure we have to get the conceptualization roll on the wall first before we can use it.
Hello again, officers. Have you come to admire my mural?
Oh, here we go. So you want to talk about the murder, but maybe you can tell us something about the murder victim's missing armor?
What do I care about some fucking tin eggshells?
Come on, Cindy, just help me out here.
Ugh, all right, sad piggy. I'll give you this one.
Oh,
Saw a
okay.
little girl in the fishing
I knew it was over in the fishing village somewhere at the gloves. I guess you have to tell it to Lily.
Look cute as hell.
Could that girl have been little Lily? It's not a bad place to start.
I know a little girl in the village, little Lily.
Could have been her. Small kid with giant white armored hands. If you've seen one of them, you've seen them all.
Love her too. Alright. Catch you later, Cindy. See if I can run back there. Hopefully it's not too late in the day. I know there's fast travel, but I like doing the walk. And sometimes I catch stuff I've missed on the way, so there's that. Next thought we're going to pursue is the armor one, too, so that'll be easy enough. Oh, the Dick Mullen novel. Then grab that now. We can read it whenever. Probably won't be till next session. I'm probably just going to finish up tonight in-game, and then they might be closed for the day already. No. Okay.
Shelves filled to the brim with crime novels featuring the supposedly stalwart Vespertine detective, Dick Mullen.
I'll take one Dick Mullen, please.
Of course. Such violence and immorality. I mean, enjoy.
Already wants to call in the body stuff, but I forget how long it takes, so I'd rather see if we can't get the gloves tonight, and if so, then I can dick around with whatever. And like I said, we're coming back to talk to Everard anyway. If he's still in after like 8, but I guess it would be 7, but you know what I mean. Why'd I come up here? Also, I meant to kind of spoil myself and try to see where I was supposed to look for that date spot, but...
Hello, mister.
I heard there was a girl here who has armored gloves. Is that you?
Oh, I had gloves. Very big ones. Heavy, too.
Where did you get these gloves?
Found them when Lemmy and I were playing hide and seek. In an empty house. Where no one lives. I think someone hid them there.
She doesn't want you to think she stole them.
And where are the gloves now?
I hid them. The twins were going to take them. They're stupid.
She lifts her stuffed toy up and looks into its one remaining eye as though searching for confirmation.
To need those gloves. It's for important police business.
He enunciates the last 2 words carefully.
Oh.
She doesn't seem to understand, but the lieutenant's tone has conveyed to her the important part.
They're in my sandcastle. Behind our house. Under the sand. You can break the castle. It's not very good. Bye!
Thank you. Well, I'm going to save after we get the armor, or the gloves anyway.
Weather has not been kind to Lily's little sandcastle. The once mighty towers are quickly eroding away. You can see something shining back to you from what must have been a vast underground catacomb network.
Broken.
The little castle? The reigning lord must have come upon some really tough times to let it sleep in such decrepitude.
Lieutenant smiles a little.
The walls and floors give way to the giant's greed, collapse and present you with a pair of ceramic gauntlets.
Alright, cool, huh? We can start that armor thought then.
Congratulations. That's the gauntlets down then. We're doing good on the armor collection front.
Alright. Glove me up, baby. I know I was going to avoid using clothes for stats, but on the off chance anything gives me suggestion, I might consider it. Try and get the signatures. Honestly, that looks kind of cool with the armor. I might hang on to that. I could try using the encyclopedia glasses on the mirror too. All right, so unlock a slot. Now we're gonna do Fairweather T500. I'm going the exact wrong way.
Our tenant, the policeman.
Okay, we actually have to drop one in there.
You up at night. What can I help you with?
It's like, this will give a thought, so I can at least burn through that.
These are some wonderfully regular pants. Not too tight, not too loose, moderate in every sense. You'll blend right in at some pleasant dinner party.
I like regular, normal things.
I know you do. These inter-Isolari pants are like wearing a perfect compromise in your nether regions. No one will call the moral intern on you like this, that's for sure. You're a little more moralist now, buddy. A little more normal, even if you didn't want to be. Makes sense? This is what wearing boring office trousers does to you.
Alright, I really need the composure boost anymore anyway, so... Alright, let's call in that, body. Maybe wrap things up with the, cryptozoologists.
The shine on these sunglasses lasts a
That was
lifetime.
conceptualization, not interfacing.
100% guaranteed. You keep coming back. That's good.
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone.
Alright, radio.
57, how may I assist you?
Alright. Can I go to the Jamrock Public Library?
It says here.
Okay, yeah, we'll have to catch that in the morning.
Again during business hours.
Anything else, detective?
Need to report a dead body on the Martinez Boardwalk.
One moment.
You can hear her shuffling through some papers.
Can you please describe the body? Age, sex, cause of death?
Unidentified middle-aged man, height 170 to 175 cm, dark hair, medium build. Looks like he slipped, fell through a hole in the boardwalk, and hit his head against the metal bench.
We suspect he might have been inebriated when he fell. There were bottles all around him, and traces of vomit on his shirt.
Any signs of violence?
Nope, seems like it was an accident.
No field autopsy necessary.
She repeats.
You can hear her quickly typing in the background.
What about his belongings? Did you examine his clothes?
He was wearing boots, trousers, and an old leather jacket with a bright blue lining. I found a library card from his pockets.
Pockets. On the library card?
It's from Central Jamrock Public Library. Belongs to someone named Billy Migion.
Good. You have a lead. Do you and Lieutenant Kitsuragi want to take the case, or should I assign it to someone else?
We are taking the case.
I have assigned the case to Lieutenant Kim Kitsuragi. Please follow up on this library lead to identify the man. We'll send someone to take the body to the morgue. That's all for now. Thank you for reporting in. Is there anything else I can do for you?
Well, that'll be it.
57, over and out.
Her voice disappears into the void.
You see a set of steering levers, arrayed.
Boy, am I ever so grateful to you, officer. But I'm not the only one who wants to thank you.
He nods towards Lena. I'll talk to her then.
It's great to see you again, officer. My wife can't wait to thank you. Go on, talk to her.
Oh, sweetie, I don't even know how to thank you for finding my husband and helping him out. I hope we haven't been too much trouble for you.
Just do my job, ma'am.
Here, I want to give you a small token of my
Okay,
gratitude.
we still got the bolo tie. That's good.
It's a tie. Mexican origin. The pin is an antique. Quite special.
She hands you a thin ribbon held together by a silver bird skull.
The little silvery knob holding the tie together feels warm in your hand. It's in the shape of an avian skull with 8 eyes.
Maybe you can visit her to tell you about some cool cryptids?
There's really no point in manipulating anyone. She'd be only too pleased to tell you about her work. Go on and ask.
Hey, Lena, I'd like to hear about some of the cryptids you studied. Could you tell me just tell me about a couple of them?
Oh, I'd be delighted. Truth be told, I could really use the company too.
One cryptid, not a couple. One. This won't turn into some kind of cryptid extravaganza.
Cryptid extravaganza? I like the sound of that.
And I don't. Just one.
Ooh, tough choice there.
This bird a cryptid?
No. It's the cryptid.
Okay, what is this bird?
The 8-eyed teratorn, the largest flying
I don't think I followed up on this when I got the Territorn before.
wingspan of 11.5 meters. It was thought to have gone extinct 3,500 years ago. Some even doubted the fossils were real. A mutation, they said. Until...
Mutation? All of evolution is a mutation.
Until
it was sighted by renowned Gotvaldian explorer and naturalist Uwe Plattenkalk in 21.
Need to hear about this sighting.
It happened on a botanical expedition into the vast and unexplored Oamrau Canyon in southeast Ilmara. Dr. Plattenkalk got separated from his group during a sandstorm.
Okay, and Wamrau is...
World's largest canyon system, sweetie. It's a barren waste east of the Erg Desert. An ancient riverbed completely dried up.
What happened?
Alone in the blasted desert heat, the doctor wandered eastward, where man hasn't stepped foot in over 1,000 years, since the fall of Pericarnassus. He was lost, without any navigation equipment and desperately low on water. After a day or two, he noticed a bird high in the noon sky. A great black bird. It seemed gargantuan.
Bob's Big Boy.
Every now and then, the bird
Bob's Big Bird.
would dive down to feed on an animal carcass somewhere on the horizon. But by the time Uwe got there, the Teratorn
I feel like I remember the carcass bit, so maybe we did get a follow-up on this.
clean. This happened many times.
Regardless, still cool.
Uwe. It's the only way to survive.
He was following it?
Yes, or rather, hunting. A bird that big has a lot of blood in it, and he was dying of thirst. For many days, Dr. Plattenkalk followed the Teratorn until they reached a great canyon wall where the bird finally landed to rest. The professor climbed up there with a rock in his hand. He found the bird sleeping with his head tucked under its wing, a great black pile of feathers on the perch.
I don't remember this bit, though, so maybe not.
Approached, slowly squeezing the rock in his fist.
Watch out.
Then, the Teratorn suddenly looked at him. He could see it had 8 eyes, 4 on either side of its skull, like a spider. And the man couldn't move. He was paralyzed, frozen into place with the rock in his hand. Whatever he did, he could not get closer to the bird.
Why's that?
The bird was controlling his mind. It kept him from approaching. He could step back, but every time he stepped forward, paralysis. Uwe spent 3 days trying until the bird flew away.
Need a mind-controlling bird. Fuck yeah.
Absolutely, sweetie. Cryptozoologists have been tracing it ever since, but Wamrau is vast, mysterious, and holds many secrets.
Modern radar telemetry shows great promise. We will confirm this one by the end of the decade, latest.
This one I liked. Not only does it have 8 eyes, and is a living fossil, and the largest bird ever to live, it also does mind control.
So that was the last anyone saw of it?
Sadly, yes. But there are numerous reports of 8-eyed bird skulls from Il Mara. And then there's the striking resemblance to the Pericarnassian imperial eagle, an ancient heraldic symbol that is hard to pass off as coincidence. The imperial eagle, too, had 8 eyes.
Very, very hard.
This one's very famous. Everyone knows it. People will be looking at that tie on you and thinking, that man is into cryptids. So, what else do you want to know?
What's the biggest cryptid?
That would be the giant of Kokonur.
She says, as if it's common knowledge.
The giant lives in the most arid parts of the vast Kokonur Desert in South Samara, casting a strange light across the barren wastes.
Wait, what do you mean, strange light?
Mirage or psychogenous luminance.
She does not elaborate the nature of this luminance further. And just how big is it?
No one knows for sure. It is like an awful mountain appearing from below the horizon and expanding to cover almost a third of your field of vision.
Is it dangerous?
The towering luminosity of Kokonur is a bad omen in local folklore. Some say it's a fata morgana, others, fate unimaginable.
Who here? No animal can be that large. It's a mirage.
That's what makes it so peculiar. A species surviving at the very limits of scientific law. The giant of Kokonur must be the largest animal the planet can support. There are limits, you see, to how large a metabolism and ecosystem.
I do appreciate that they acknowledge the metabolism thing.
Gravity anomaly below the Kokonur Desert might allow the creature to grow to these gargantuan sizes.
What? What's the tiniest cryptid?
Hey, you promised you'd only ask about one cryptid.
But Kim, don't you want to hear about another cryptid too?
The lieutenant pauses, thoughtfully.
Ah, fuck it. Let's have more cryptids.
Well, the smallest cryptid is the Cryobacter catlensis.
I can't remember if I need the boombox to sing karaoke.
It was discovered in one of the northernmost points of Katla on the Boreal Plateau by renowned geologist Caitlin Mijanou some 70 years ago.
What's so special about it?
Bacterial colony Mijanou found had remained alive while frozen in ice for longer than anyone could reliably estimate. Certainly from before recorded history.
That's a great way to the great thing to thaw out if you want a disease.
Mijanou disappeared shortly after injecting herself with the bacteria she had brought back to study. No doubt in hopes of prolonging her own life.
I intend to live forever too, as a symbol.
Everything has a price, sweetie. After Mijanou treated herself with the bacteria, she stopped aging, but also became increasingly eccentric and irascible, so that even her oldest friends were forced to pull away. We can assume that she has been living somewhere in the wilderness for decades now, all alone except for the Cryobacter catlensis coursing through her bloodstream.
What's the most dangerous cryptid?
The gnome of Jeroma.
The gnome of Jeroma? That doesn't sound too bad.
It is. None of his victims survived. Grieving relatives never even found them.
I forgot the gnome was venomous.
The gnome's venom dissolved organic tissue.
What did it look like?
It was reportedly a small creature with webbed fingers and a protruding forehead and a gangly little thing. Quite scary to look at. A couple of campers found it when it was already dying. They heard an odd wailing in the woods and followed the
Cool,
sound.
free dead gnome.
They were scared and wrapped it in tarpaulin to suffocate it. It still took the gnome of Jeroma an entire day to die.
If the body of the creature was found, why aren't there detailed illustrations of it in science textbooks, confirming the existence of this very little species?
Alas, the first scientist who got his hands on the creature's corpse put it in a jar of formaldehyde, thinking that would detoxify the gnome's venom.
How convenient.
Instead, all the venom leaked out of the creature's teeth and into the surrounding liquid, dissolving the creature itself. A poetic end, perhaps, but a real loss for science.
She says, mostly to herself. Are there any invisible cryptids?
What an interesting question. And the answer is yes, there are.
Of course. All fairy tales have someone or something invisible in them.
You're right, Kim. It's childish, but I need to know.
Okay, I won't spoil your fun. What is the invisible cryptid?
It's the Col de Mama d'Aqua.
Oh.
Its name means thin whisper of sound, and that's precisely what it is.
I was trying to remember where we got the thought for that. I knew it was from her, but...
Invisible and intangible. The Col de Mama is very afraid of us, which makes it incredibly difficult to track.
What does it, sound like?
Like nothing. It's such a high-pitched sound that us humans can't hear it, nor can other animals. It could be ringing right outside your window, and you wouldn't even know it. Could be anywhere. Everywhere, even.
Fine, I'll bite. How can an animal be a sound?
Many scientists have asked the same question. Some have claimed that it isn't itself a sound, but a tiny corpuscle that emits sound waves. But there's no evidence to support this theory.
Could it be here? Right now?
It could be. As I said, it could be everywhere. And we wouldn't know any better. It could be ringing all the days of our lives and nights.
Maybe it's predatory.
What if it's predatory?
It's not. Don't worry. If it were predatory, we would have found it by the damage it inflicts.
I wouldn't be so sure. What if the damage is also invisible?
What evidence is there of this animal being a sound?
Plenty. It's the evidence that led to its discovery. In the 20s, a group of Areopagi ornithologists, that is, scientists who study birds, were trying out...
I was hoping this would drop a little more experience, but...
capturing sounds
maybe
outside the range
clear all
of
of
human
them.
hearing. When playing back recordings they had made in the foothills of the Ea mountain range, they noticed certain anomalies, patterns that seemed random at first, but on closer examination were consistent with the waveforms of songbirds.
Mm-hmm, songbirds.
The scientists soon discovered they could track and even predict what appeared to be feeding, mating, and migration patterns based on sound waves in a strictly delimited range of ultrasonic frequencies, even higher than those of the highest-pitched bat calls. They realized that they had discovered a new species and called it the Col de Mama d'Aqua, after the Paracanassian name for the voice of God, which is said to be very silent.
Oh, go on.
They grew quite obsessed with these little birds. Even though they couldn't see them, they could distinguish among individual birds and even began to name some of them.
Name them?
Sequester, Time, Joscan. Those are but some of the Mama d'Aqua they followed individually.
Right. Why is the Mama d'Aqua so afraid of us?
That is a sad story.
Okay, you do get the
University students assisting
fuck up story from her.
their enthusiasm for the project, and no doubt because they were preoccupied with impressing their professors, nearly drove it to extinction.
Extinction?
They tried to communicate with it and had no other means but sound. So they started sending out sound waves at frequencies they thought might match the Mama d'Aqua's. And what happens when a sound wave meets another sound wave of the same frequency, dear?
Beats me.
Well, dear, they cancel each other out. And these tests were performed so recklessly that when they happened upon the right frequency, well, they wiped out most of the population.
Oopsie.
After that, the corpuscle appears to have migrated elsewhere. There have been recordings of anomalies similar to those spotted in Ea, but they've been few and far between. It's impossible to confirm the presence of any stable Col de Mama d'Aqua population anywhere.
Of course. A common thread in these. Disappearance and unfalsifiability. I like the story, though, ma'am.
I'm glad you did, dear.
Alright, what about...
What?
This has been educational, sadly we need to discuss something else.
Of course, dear.
Alright. You never told me you've seen the Phasmid.
Oh, you don't want to hear about some old woman's ramblings.
Ramblings? Nonsense. Your description of the phasmid is the most precise I've ever heard.
But darling, I didn't even get the size of it right.
You were a child, my dear. Really. It's extraordinary what you were able to describe. Now go on. Tell our friend about it. He's proven his interest in the field.
Reflexively, the lieutenant read his familiar notebook.
Well, it was summer. I was building a racing track out of sand on the beach near a tall stand of reeds. Quite a tall one. Many times my height, I remember. When, all of a sudden...
Wait, where was this and how old were you?
I'm getting ahead of myself. I was 5.5 in Betancourt in the suburbs. My grandmother had a summer home there.
What happened?
The strangest moment of my life. I looked up and one of the reeds moved. Not like a plant, but like a living thing. It stood up and looked at me. Its body unfolded like some antique toy. I've never seen anything like it.
She had no fear, just surprise.
I didn't know this can happen, so I reached my arm and touched the thing. It felt just like a stalk of reed, but it moved, swaying, towering above me. After a while, 20 seconds, a minute maybe, it left, went into the reeds.
Did you follow it?
I tried, but I was only a child. There was mud and high water. I couldn't see it anymore. I was just standing there, knee-deep in mud, looking around me.
Then what?
I ran back home to my grandmother and asked her if reeds could walk, and told her they were looking at me. Of course, she just laughed at me, but I knew what I'd seen. For years, it was a story I told at parties when I wanted to impress boys. That sort of thing. Of course, most people just took it as a strange, amusing anecdote. So did I, honestly. But then I met Morel.
We were on a date. Can you imagine? She tells me a story, and it's the most detailed report of the Insulindian phasmid I've ever heard.
It's already a bit of a headache too, so yeah, we're definitely wrapping up with the day's over.
It did, yes. Like reeds in a gust of wind.
The way it moved, the colour, how some of its limbs were white, like marble. It matched perfectly with what I know from other accounts. It was amazing. If it weren't for Lena, I might have given up hope years ago. It's no exaggeration to say that she restored my faith in my profession.
You were on a date?
Our first, yes.
The old woman looks at her husband tenderly. His limbs are white?
Not all of them. There is some white coloration reported, along with beige, where the camouflage ends.
How big was it?
It's hard to say how big things are when you're quite small yourself. To me, it seemed to be taller than I was then, but that's probably not the case.
Maybe you imagined it?
How could she? Who imagines this? She didn't know about the phasmid. This is the main thing here, what makes it a confirmed sighting. She had no previous knowledge of the insect.
That's true, yes. I'm almost certain neither my mother nor my grandmother knew of it. It was only when I started telling my story as a teenager that boys would tell me, Lena,
She lowers her voice, imitating a boy.
you trying to tell us you saw the Insulindian phasmid out there in those reeds? Get out of here. They just give me a cider and ruffle my hair and tell me to stop dreaming. But I saw it.
Kim, what do you think of this?
I thought it was a wonderful story, man.
He closes his notes and gives her a simple smile.
I don't believe it. A child left unattended on a warm day. Children make up stories and then end up believing them.
Thank you for sharing this with me.
You're welcome, sweetie. I do appreciate the chance to relive it whenever I get one. It was just such an impossibly sunshiny day. So warm.
That's all for now, man. Now I think we can talk to Morel.
Ha ha! Nothing like the gratitude of a good woman. Now then, what can I do for you?
He gives you a gruff pat on the shoulder.
Tries to play it cool. remain professorial, but inside, this man is itching for some news on those traps.
Okay. I already did my best to inform you. I don't really know what else I could
I'm curious if he's got anything.
Layman, you always have to prove yourself with this.
Okay, yeah, you can't get the stuff.
You have to provide the cryptids
that she's talked about.
Maybe he'll answer.
I know about the most dangerous cryptid, the Nova Jeroma.
Formerly the most dangerous, yes. But do you know the most dangerous living cryptid?
He doesn't want to make it feel like you knowing it is some big deal.
Living? No.
The most dangerous cryptid is a carnivorous
I don't think we ever followed up with him on these either.
as the dread moose.
Get out of here.
No, but we're not get out of anywhere. The dread moose is a widely reported cryptid from Ada. It subsists entirely on flesh, and has even been known to dig up fresh graves in search of sustenance.
Hold on, does it also attack people?
Human remains have
I guess kind of being into conspiracy theories would fit in with the fash angle we're trying to go with this, so makes some sense.
Infer from that what you will.
Okay, what does the dread moose look like?
Just like an ordinary Arden moose.
And how can you tell if it's the ordinary or the dread kind?
You can't. That's what makes it so dreadful and hard to identify.
I'm not completely sure about this dread moose.
The bodies found in the forest are just one piece of physical evidence. There's more.
What's the other evidence?
A recent surge in the moose population. As hidden carnivores, the dread moose are effectively removing competition for both themselves and their evolutionary cousins.
But why would it need to hide its carnivorous nature?
Moose are already being hunted for sport. Can you imagine what would happen if they came to be viewed as predators?
What exactly is the relationship between carnivorous moose and regular moose?
The carnivorous moose are a very young species, the result of a genetic mutation that fared well in the process of natural selection. It makes sense that such a majestic animal with natural weapons, antlers, would come to rule the forest. The only strange thing is that it took so long.
Are there any reliable eyewitness accounts of moose killing other animals for food?
One slaughterhouse at the outskirts of the woods in Vasa reported that its staff kept seeing moose in the distance. The moose would just stare at the building, as though they were waiting for something. Its eyes bloodshot and full of cruelty.
Not sure I'm buying it.
But that's not all. Some of the slaughterhouse apprentices went hiking by a nearby creek and saw a moose nibbling on an unidentified carcass.
This isn't something unique. Various species of deer have been known to scavenge when plant food is scarce.
This is true.
Anyway, there is more.
There we go. Probably some experience out of it.
Justify a thorough search for the dread moose. Let's close the subject before it turns into an argument.
Here is a man who has had more than his fair share of heated arguments and would, surprising as it may seem, prefer not to have any more.
I know the biggest cryptid, the giant of Coco Noor.
It's impressive, I guess. But have you seen it with your own eyes?
Have you seen it?
I haven't had a chance to travel to Coco Noor. No. And I likely never will. The Samaskill desert region has been embroiled in a small civil war for the last 8 years. I fear this mindless barbarism may have wiped out the elusive creature entirely. Sightings of towering luminosities have grown rare recently, while they once used to be constant.
I know about Cryobacter catlensis.
Oh, everyone knows about that one, thanks to Professor Mijanu being the talk of the town for a time.
He coughs in his fist.
Bit of jealousy there. He'd want that glory, truth be told, even if he'd have to inject himself with bacteria to get it.
Although, probably because her life ended as a result of her work in Gutler, no one remembers her contributions to the search for the Nongok.
The Nongok?
A flightless cursor owl found in the Seminine Isles. Its long legs permit the Nongok to run faster than any other avian, perhaps any other animal, who knows. When it's not hunting its prey in this manner, the Ock hangs from tree branches, like a bat, waiting to
You
dive.
just run up the tree sideways then?
Jungle floor. Mijanu liked extreme animals, you see. One of the few figures of the academic establishment I respect. Really a shame she disappeared.
When did she disappear?
Oh, decades ago. In the 30s. I didn't know her personally, of course. The chasm of academic pretension still stood before us, even though she had unusual courage for someone from the other side.
Enough tales then, let's change the subject.
By all means.
So, I checked all the traps.
Okay.
And one of them was empty.
Completely empty?
The cryptozoologist's eyes grow wide.
Tempered with fear and trepidation. He doesn't know what to think yet. Maybe you're joking?
Yeah, there was nothing in the trap. No locust, no phasmid.
Locusts? No phasmid either?
That's not ideal, but...
He rubs his chin.
It just means the Insulindian phasmid is even more clever than we thought.
Of course, more clever.
Yes, the Phantasmadeia picked off the locusts and escaped. This is good news, though we'll have to reconsider the design of the traps. Make them more secure.
Another trip to the reeds.
Yes, that's exactly what it was. What a deft hunter this phasmid.
Of course. Be sarcastic. Unless you have an alternative hypothesis you'd like to venture. Mine stands, okay? Actually, no. Excuse me for getting emotional. This is a big deal for us. You've helped us twice now, and brought some great news too. My gratitude, and...
I forget if you get more to say if you check,
Cryptozoologique de Ravachol is yours.
Oh yeah, I should have checked Kuno's little hideout first.
Heartfelt gratitude. But does it feel like closure? What really happened? Some kind of foul play might be afoot.
Or maybe this is supposed to lead you into looking into that.
It's an honor. We should probably return to our main investigation here. This has been refreshing, but...
Helping cryptozoologists isn't really a priority for our organization.
They might just give you a bonus to this role.
Out the window, impatiently. Consider the way the empty trap was disturbed, as though shaken.
Yeah.
Most likely the hands of a young person. Hands small enough to fit inside the trap, too.
I may have met a kid that's the locust stealing type.
Kids? What would a child want with bags?
Oh, my dear Morel. You've been an old man for too long. Kids love to torment insects almost as much as they love to torment old folks.
I'll talk to the little gremlin and see if anything comes up.
Delinquents. My favorite.
It doesn't sound like it's really his favorite.
Oh, you've been such a dear to us. Please, let us know whatever you turn up. I have a feeling we're getting so close.
Well, I see you've got all the help you need. I'll see you tonight at my place. Let's play suzerainty, but no more field trips for me.
Really, Gary?
Wimp.
We're getting somewhere here. I'd love to play suzerainty, but...
Lena, I'm sorry, but you're not getting anywhere. It was some kids. I know the little mutants around here. Leave anything out in the open and they'll steal it, even if it's bugs.
Shrimps is bugs.
Morel, it's been fun, really. But I need a bath, and I have deliveries to handle. When this tea is done, I gotta run.
No need to apologize, Geary. You'd be more than helpful. We'll have to take a rain check on that game of suzerainty today, though. We're gonna follow this through.
He keeps the language unemotional, but it's in there. Disappointment. The first man to break formation is always a blow to leadership. This is bigger than he lets on.
I'll get going.
Hey, was there something you needed?
Well. Bringing in that new bird sure made a difference in his attitude.
Another thing. Great. Yes. How strange. I said yes.
Maybe they won't let me pay, do karaoke unless I pay my bill. I don't know.
Was that? Could it be? The Calder Mama Dakwa? No, it's probably just your imagination ringing in your ear.
Is it a ring? Listen more closely.
Seems to be. An extremely high-pitched ring.
I'm probably not going to pursue this one, but I might as well.
Lena said it was very
ride this out.
Right? It's like something tickles your ear. Honestly, your ear isn't hearing a whole lot. The distant hum of the industrial harbor, the traffic. But, admittedly, there is a high-pitched noise somewhere there too. But then...
You could just be autistic and hearing all the electrical
there it is
sources.
Again. You're about to rediscover a long-lost species. Yeah, but how are you going to catch it?
Keep listening.
It must be very close. Maybe, just maybe, it will come toward you. Keep still. It might perch on your shoulder. What are you doing? You're a police officer, not a pansy ornithologist. The only birds you should be looking for are healthy women of childbearing age. No. The sound. It's moving away. Somewhere over there. Go after it. No. Too late. It's gone.
Listen some more. There we go.
If the species really has migrated to Martinez, you're sure to hear it again.
Alright. I don't think we're going to finish the armor thought tonight either, but... Alright, save first, then check the hideout. So you definitely don't want to go through all that cryptic stuff again. It's fascinating, but that's a lot of text to even skim through. There's probably with locusts in here.
Kuno's like Kuno's dad. Kuno doesn't give a fuck about anything.
Talk about Shaq again.
What do you want with it? Good call, Pigmeister. Don't come and talk to Kuno about his kingdom. Yeah? The kingdom of Kuno? Yeah, whatever. Kuno doesn't give a the fuck about it.
Nothing else
You're
there?
testing Kuno. Get lost! Kuno doesn't...
Maybe just seeing the locust in there is enough.
Hello, officer. I think I almost have it. A new trap design, that is. I know you're skeptical, but I have a good feeling about this. Okay. I already did my by all means.
Oh, well, let me ask Kuno about Locust. Kuno S seems like a long shot, but...
I'll die before I squeal, pig.
Hey, kid.
What's this kid shit? Fucking mind games. I'd rather die than squeal.
Get the fuck out of here, face. You got done. Talk to me.
So it's a girl. Interesting.
Kuno's like Kuno's dad. Kuno doesn't...
Well, there wasn't any other interaction for those either. Also, new orb on the apartment. We'll go check that out real quick. We haven't turned in Terror in a while either. I might as well do that too. So I gotta remember to call the library in the morning.
The door is closed again. Nothing to do here anymore. You hear someone inside, walking from room to room. Whoever lives here must be back home.
Okay. That or I can ask the kids in the, on the other side of the bridge about it and see if they saw someone. I don't know. I know there's a way to follow up on them. I just can't remember what the hell it was. Alright. Yeah, I want to check in with Everett real quick. What was this? I don't remember this window. I'll take a free Hypno Gamma, absolutely. With how much psycho damage I tend to take. Psychic.
The file cabinet stands steady as ever, and the unlocked drawer slides out to greet you. The drawer slides.
I guess since we didn't put the volition points in manually, it didn't count. We're just taking another crack at that. Ad coming up too. Alright.
You're back before the cargo container. Its drawer has not lessened since you were last here. If anything, it seems to have grown slightly.
Another crapshoot.
And as it's always been.
Nope. Okay. Not a fishing rod, is it? It's...
Mr. Dubois, a pleasure as always. You don't have to sit down this time.
Nothing new. Alright, well, ad break's coming up. I'm going to walk outside, save, and decide what we're going to do to wrap things up for the night. Alright, because we're definitely gone later than I wanted to, but it's not super bad. Alright, see you in a bit. Let's get back to it. Okay, so I guess we'll... I think I'm going to check with Lilienne again to see if we actually, like, stumbled across the date spot by accident. There were a couple areas we checked that we hadn't yet after her. Double check my clothes here, too. Doop. There's also a clothing combo I want to give a shot here too. We're going to have to send Kim to bed, but that's fine. maybe I'm wearing the pants for this set. I think I am, actually. Let me try something here. Okay, it dings every time you take them on or off. Oh, yeah, because it's the noise the armor makes. Try to keep it a little bit classy. Those black shoes that we had. There we go. Oh, nope, put that away. Anything for mañana?
What I'm wondering, man.
Nope. Oh, we talked to the big guy about that tattoos. Okay. We put on the outfit we had before, but I think this outfit, I saw suggestions that it'll help your suggestion and otherwise help you on the date, so. Little bit of spoilers for myself, but I really want to get the Lilienne date. What the hell was I wearing? Oh, the biker cop ones. I did want to start wearing that. We didn't really, because all we had before was the tie. Hat. Where'd the armor go? Okay, there's another page up. Alright, armor. Commander's jacket. Okay. We'll switch it when we get there. Okay. Oh yeah, let's get that tear dropped off too while we're at it.
The tear machine stabbed. Your bottles clunk.
Alright. Okay, so yeah, we'll ask about the tattoos. Try not to get our ass beat.
Right to work! Right to work! Shame on you!
Hey, are you a mercenary hired by Wild Pines?
Hell no. I'm just an honest scab. I won't have talk like that around here. You understand?
His neck muscles tense up. The veins on his neck bulge.
Be careful. He's holding it deep in there, but there are things in there you don't want to meet. I'm sorry, Tribunal being convened by any chance? He breathes out slowly, his giant chest deflating and his mouth slightly open.
You hear a tiny rattle. A small radio cracking somewhere. An earpiece
How about you fuck off now, huh?
Okay, of course.
He looks at you. Lieutenant says, his voice is soothing calm. He looks at you.
There could be weapons aiming at us right now.
Oh,
Somewhere
fair enough.
above, in the buildings. The other merc. Don't push this, he's thinking. This is not the time. The man's breathing steadies, but his eyes are still narrow. Slowly,
I think the right time is after you talk to the Hardy Boys.
back on.
It gives you a little more to work with. I think maybe it'll help you deserve some tattoos.
Don't think so.
He grunts, barely glancing at it. We're investigating a murder. These tattoos were on the victim's body.
He takes the photo. Grey eyes dart back and forth on the glossy surface. His face is unmoving, hard as a stone. But beneath it,
fucking loincloths. Really did him in.
Oh, loincloths?
Yeah.
He's clenching.
Oh, we can read the Dick Mullen novel to kill some time, too.
Pressure behind them.
Can you tell me what the tattoo means?
What it means.
He points to one tiny star in the web of lines, away from the man's heart, almost on his stomach.
What must have been Seminine.
I can tell you what this one means. Only one. You want to hear what happened here?
Sure.
Our colonel is deep in the bush here. Deep in the fucking bush. In Benital. 41. Monsoon season. He's on a reconnaissance.
Oh, this is the... yeah. Content warning for SA for this description he's going to do.
He spent a month...
If you're unfamiliar with the game. It surprised me last time, but... yeah.
Nothing but fucking bugs and snakes for fun. Men are getting restless. There's talk of switching.
I prefer to get a drink. Whatever. We'll probably be wrapped up in the next 20 to 30 minutes.
Emotion. This is about to get really graphic. Last moment to back off.
Yeah, even pain threshold is like, yo. Content warning. Don't interrupt him.
Our boy. He's only a captain then, but he knows how these men think. If they don't see action soon.
His voice gets strangely quiet, a long, long way from right to work. His gaze pierces the paper.
At dawn, he comes upon two kids, breeding in the bushes by the river. Or maybe they weren't breeding. Maybe they were just making eyes at each other. I like to think they were breeding. We shot the boy. He was useless, but the girl, she was nice. A little fat, you know, but not too old. She was quite the entertainment for the week she lasted. Expired in the hands of Sarge Mason, the kind of guy who'd make Chief there shit his pants and cry like a bitch. God, Mason couldn't let go. Cut the tits off her cold body and
yeah, this kind of fucked.
Said primitive spirits were watching over him now. Drowned in a creek a week later. Spirits my ass.
Something stirs in your stomach.
You were there?
No. I was in the domain. In Jamrock. Being a bouncer.
You're not really a scab leader, are you?
Fucking mask is getting sweaty. I want to take my mask off. But...
He shrugs.
He's under orders. And orders are orders.
Can I have it back?
Go ahead.
Alright, we did it.
Free commerce! Keep the goods flowing! On the photo in your hands, the dead man's skin is studded with stars. Tens, hundreds of them, littering his dead skin.
Sleep. Alright, so let's cross the bridge. I'll crack open the Dick Mullen novel to kill some time. Then probably play dress up and hope for the best. But yeah, that kind of nerdy looking combo should give us a bonus. Let makes us look like we put in an effort. I did kind of look around to see where we were supposed to look for the date spot, but real quick, I'm going to check with her to see.
Aye, the sea's gonna calm down soon. I can
Okay, yeah, we definitely found the
wind
place.
is turning southeast. What's on your mind, officer?
Any other names?
Oh? Well, how can I assist you then, officer?
Yeah, we might have to save Scumnap. Anyway. Book time. Not the ledger. Although if we need to do case files to kill times, we have the ledger for that. Cool. Where was the Dick Mullen novel? Oh, interact. Duh. That's thick. Jesus. Alright, another Dick Mullen book that woefully misrepresents the nature of police work. In this one, our detective returns from a trip having successfully solved one case, only to embark on another. Does he finally face the taxing nature of his occupation? No, he doesn't even look like a normal officer of the law. I forget if we saved before we did this. I'm sorry. Looks like we did, but I'm going to do it again anyway. Alright. Let's learn about...
In your hand, you hold Dick Mullen and the mistaken identity. The brittle paperback feels fragile to the touch.
Let's check the cover.
The cover features a pastiche of different scenes. In the foreground, a man in a dark overcoat clutches a pistol to his chest. Rising up behind him are two silhouettes wrapped in a passionate embrace. The tagline reads, Detective Dick Mullen must prove his innocence after an old friend is murdered by someone who looks just like Dick Mullen. That seems to sum up the premise nicely. Needless to say, it violates nearly every RCM regulation for a detective to investigate a murder.
No, the esprit de corps is going to be a nerd about every aspect of this, isn't it?
Are you really reading that, detective?
Looking for advice on being a real detective.
Well, you won't find it in there. Those books are much more about ravishing dames and gunplay than real police work.
When was the last time you ravished a dame, detective? Besides your crusty old sock, that is.
Damn. Alright, start reading.
The story opens with a knock at the door. Detective Dick Mullen is greeted by an old friend, Charlie Spillane, who's come to Mullen to ask a favor on this dark and cold night. Spillane needs Mullen to drive him in from Vespa to a small town along the Insulindian coast. Despite his friend's apparent agitation, Mullen does as he's asked, then returns home where he passes out drunk, as he does most nights. An extremely unprofessional and hurtful stereotype that's offensive to all upstanding officers of the law, but also extremely accurate in your case.
Also cold. Look, I can't judge.
2 days later, Mullen is arrested by the Vespa police and charged with the murder of Charlie Spillane. At his interrogation, Mullen learned...
Maybe we did read this one last time.
In a bar in the very
or I watched somebody read this on their playthrough.
Mullen's description.
Oopsie.
Desperate to clear his name, Mullen manages to convince the Vespa police to release him for 3
We hit 9 o'clock, so I can ditch Kim after this.
His friend's murder and prove his innocence.
The cops released a prime murder suspect so we could find the real killer? Are you shitting me?
What's the matter, detective?
I don't know who's writing this shit, but I get the feeling they aren't experts on homicide investigations.
The lieutenant shrugs, resigned to the idea that his profession will rarely, if ever, be accurately represented in art and literature. They're not shitting you, detective. This is what the writers think passes for police procedure.
Okay, so Mullen didn't do it.
Keep reading. Mullen didn't do it. That's the whole premise of the book. Anyway, Mullen returns to the seaside bar where Spillane was murdered and meets a beautiful, mysterious woman named Diana Denerva.
Nice, a dame.
And not just any dame. She's truly one in a million. A knockout whose mind is as dangerous as her curves. But she's got a secret.
Man, who doesn't?
Secrets are the currency of human relations.
Alright. Now it's getting interesting.
Denerve reveals that she was Spillane's lover, and that he was mixed up with a local amphetamine.
Okay, I definitely read this last time.
As soon as Mullin begins pulling at strings, the whole conspiracy begins to unravel. Not only is the local police captain in on the...
Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah, we had to pick the killer.
The son of a powerful politician and a strung-out art collector named Torvald, each of whom has his own reasons for wanting Spillane dead.
Tell me about the corrupt police captain.
The old police captain is a real law and order crypto-fascist.
Gee, that doesn't sound familiar at all.
Beaten his share of suspects to pulp. But he's also dirty and increasingly paranoid that someone's going to expose his role in the drug ring. He would certainly have the motive and the means, but the captain walks with a noticeable limp from an old war injury. Is it possible that he was able to conceal it long enough to commit the murder?
Want to hear about the politician's son?
Typical privileged twat. In all likelihood, he's just in over his head. He does bear a personal grudge against Spillane, though, a former prosecutor who nearly brought down his father's administration. The kid doesn't exactly have Dick Mullen's manly build, but he is the correct height, and while interrogating him at his home, Mullen did notice a certain overcoat that looks suspiciously like his own.
What was that about, an art collector?
Torvald, the art collector, is a strung-out mess. Frankly, it's hard to imagine him holding a pistol steady enough to actually hit someone, let alone plug them 3 times in the chest the way Spillane got did. That said, Torvald and Spillane have a long...
I think I went with the politician's son last playthrough, too.
...discovers that Torvald was once involved with Diana Deneuve. Could it be that this is all over a sordid love triangle?
Okay, let's get on with the story.
One evening, Diana Deneuve comes to Mullen's hostel room in tears. The two of them drink half a bottle of vodka, and soon they're seeking comfort in each other's arms. Yes, comfort and pleasure. The warmth of another human's touch. The burning taste of liquor on her full, sweet lips. Well, that testimony won't be admissible any longer.
What does Mullen expect to solve the murder? Actually, no. Nice, get it, Mullen.
As the two lovers share a post-coital...
Oh, good, we'll get the...
Diana Deneuve turns to Mullen and says, "By the way, Dick, there was something else I meant to tell you. The name of the true killer. Always aim for the center of mass. Whatever it is, Mullen never hears the words. A blow to the base of his skull knocks him out cold instantly.
Can't trust a dame.
Who can you trust in this wicked, messed up world?
No one. Gotta go with your gut."
That's exactly what Dick Mullen says in Dauntless Dick and a Fatal Appointment. Speaking of, your gut's seen better days. It's a cesspool of burbling acids and noxious fumes, the kind of thing the government might declare a zone of irredeemable catastrophe.
Why is my gut in such bad shape?
Could it be an underlying condition aggravated by years of greasy meals scarfed down between shifts, or the liters upon liters of hard liquor guzzled on an empty stomach?
Man's gotta live.
No point in worrying about it just now. Why don't you get back to the story? When Mullen comes to, Deneuve is dead on the hostel bed next to him. To make matters worse, his clothes are covered with her blood.
Double fuck.
Mullen trashes his blood-stained clothes and flees the hostel, knowing it's only a matter of hours before the cops discover Deneuve's body, if they haven't been tipped off already. Fleeing a crime scene, destroying evidence. Even if Detective Mullen didn't commit the murder, he should be facing years behind bars. Dick Mullen won't be sent to the clink for the sake of some legal niceties. The heat is on. If Dick Mullen can't solve both murders before the cops catch up to him, he's going away for life. Can you solve the case before the cops close in?
Got some questions first.
It, Detective?
Why does everyone close to Dick Mullen wind up dead?
It's a dangerous line of work, but somebody has to do it. That's why Dick Mullen never lets anyone get too close. What's the matter? Afraid you've been hacking up your friends' bodies in the night?
Why did Dick Mullen become a detective in the first place?
There was never a time when he wasn't a detective. He was born a detective.
Was I not born to be a detective?
You cease to read the story on the page and see the book for what it is. A collection of brittle, cheaply printed pages held together by glue made from the hooves of horses. From nowhere, you hear the screech of sneakers on a waxed floor, and you feel the burn of rope against your
Oh.
Are these
I don't think I caught that one. I probably did. I just didn't catch it.
Find the answers you're looking for here. In other words,
Didn't register till the end. Or it might have been so far between this day and the end, or reading this in the end for me that I didn't put two and two. Why bother solving crimes when the world's so evil?
Is it really so evil, detective?
Yeah, it's pretty fucking evil.
Then why are you still here?
I'm too chicken shit to do anything about it.
Sounds like you're in for a long, hard road, detective. But then, what does this book know? It's just a poorly made piece of pulp garbage made to be consumed and discarded.
Don't have any more questions. I figured it all out.
So, who did it, detective? Who killed Charlie Spillane and Deanna Deneuve?
The politician's twat's son?
Who knows? Only one way to find out.
Finish the book.
You begin furiously flipping through pages. Even as you know these books follow a series of well-worn tropes.
Oh, that's right, the pages fly away.
Engrossed. You're turning pages so fast, you don't even notice the ancient spine coming unglued. You try to grab the pages as they come loose, but your fingers aren't quick enough. They're gone. Dozens of pages scatter across the ground. The last fifth or so of the book seems to have been lost.
Well,
it's possible that you could gather and reassemble the pages, but it would take way too long.
Stupid old horse glue.
Ah, yes. The problem with mass-market paperbacks. They are not made to last. Perhaps this is a sign that you should get back to solving your own murder, huh, detective?
Don't forget, it could have been the delirium tremens. In your hand, you hold 4/5 of Dick Mullen and the mistaken identity.
All right. I thought it's done.
T500. Remember that weakness you were looking for in the ceramic armor? Like, maybe it can only stop small, fast projectiles, but a large, slow-moving pry bar would shatter it? Or, if I run an electrical current through it, maybe it will melt. Or, personal favorite, frequency something something radio weapon? None of that would work. You need to shoot the part of the enemy that doesn't have Fairweather T500 on it, because the armor itself is invulnerable. Good news is, so are the armor pieces on you.
Hooray! Okay. Little hand-eye bonus against people using it, so that's probably going to be for... I mean, it's definitely for the finale, we know. 55 away from a level up. Alright. Save real quick. Just to make sure whether or not this ditches Kim.
It's getting late.
Okay.
And it's raining. Time to call it a day.
Good night, Kim.
Good night, officer. We'll meet in front of the shack in the morning.
Alright, so now we're Kimless. Alright, dress up time. Let's get this dirt. So it was the slacks. Bow tie. It's the white dress shirt. Yeah, intersolary. We might still have the I think we have the... Do we have the intersolary pants on? Yes. Okay. It's going to change to Real Extra Suggestion. Party Vibes hat is not the way. Those feel like they should just be taken off. Alright. I don't know how I feel about the hat, but it's worth a shot. Alright. Or at least we'll see what the roll is, and then...
Hi, the sea's gonna calm down soon. I can feel it.
Okay, yeah, we did get a dress code bonus.
It's turning southeast. What's on your mind, officer?
Oh. I think what else we can do for suggestion. That's psyche, right? So that would be the hallucinogens, right? Also maybe ditch the tools here. Yeah. I know I keep saving, but again, I really want to nail this, so... That's fine.
Hi, the sea's gonna calm down soon. I can feel it. The wind is turning southeast. What's on your mind, officer?
We did it! Alright, got it in one.
After a man died at sea.
But what do I do then?
What if I told you it is actually possible to go...
Oh, okay. Suggestion's actually kind of smart. Suggestion's here to suggest to me. Right? Get out of here with the crazy fringe theories.
Before recorded history, men and women were able to do simple, very primitive things together sober. Acknowledge the situation and keep it basic.
Alright. I'm a drunk. Don't know if you've noticed, so I usually ask people to drink with me.
I have, and I don't really.
Alright. This time, though, imitate drumroll, I thought I'd ask you for a walk.
Just a walk? I don't know, officer. I would not have taken you for an innocent perambulator.
Is that a yes, ma'am? Is the walk happening?
Where would this walk take us, officer?
I probably would have gone, like, personally I would have gone with the I am, but, she's thinking I'm happy, eyes mapping your rugged features. Nice view on the beach I found. Land's End.
All right. I will walk with you. But you need to understand that nothing is going to happen. We're just walking.
Just a good old-fashioned walk. I like it.
Me too. It's been ages since I just had a normal conversation with one of you guys. All right, I'll go put the kids to bed and we'll meet at Land's End in 15 minutes.
Sounds
good. She doesn't wait for an answer. You better get ready.
All right. Honestly, I'm probably going to just play this earnest, even though, like, it's going to be out of character for Shitty Cop. Oh, wait. Orb. Doors closed for today. Time to put the kids to sleep. Okay. Also, yeah, let's put a save. Having successfully gotten through the suggestion roll. That is a really good bait and switch, though, making it me the one that needs to have the suggestion hammered through. Alright, so it's that little spit of land up in the north, past the church. So I gotta remember where the hell the church was. And then it's this. Yeah, okay. I mean, if we want to keep it canon to Shitty Cop mode, we can just say he's putting on the abuser's charm. Hey, take a mental note. Tio Mutiri. Seems important somehow. Oh, the cigarettes. We just must have missed that coming back through. I just like that visual. Actually, can I get a shot with the beam coming over us? Give me a second. Oh, no. Back it out. Oh, I hit backspace. No. I hope. That should be good.
The woman gazes steadily at the waves. A sudden gust picks up her dark hair and lets it fall again, tousled, wild. She brushes a few stray locks from her eyes, and only then spots you approaching.
Aye, so here you are. It's late and it's raining. Water is cold. Ice cold.
She puts her hands out and lets the rain fall on her palms.
Know that you're not the first guy to bring a girl to Land's End. This is what the locals call a makeout spot. That is not going to happen here today. I just want to make that clear, Dimples.
Dimples? Oh, I guess you can see those without the beard in the way. She turns to face the sea once more.
Across the rusty water, that's La Delta, the financial district. In the mist-covered distance, towers rise as a rebuke to the poverty of this coast.
You seem surprised that I made it.
Drinking men aren't known for keeping their appointments.
Wouldn't miss it for the world.
The world? Those big words men like to throw around as though they had weight.
Saw right through it. I love it.
Let's just admire this piece of the world we happen to have in front of us, eh?
She nods to you, a playful glint in her eyes.
Here it comes.
As she turns back to the sea, the weather begins to clear under her steady gaze.
So fast as to make it seem like the weather turns at her command.
Wait, did you just do that?
Me? No. Just grew up on the sea. Know which way the wind's blowing and all. Knew the weather'd clear up once we got here. Otherwise, it would have been a less pleasant stroll, nay?
You know, a past incarnation of myself called himself Tequila Sunset. Wonder why that is.
It's a common Revacholian expression.
Yeah.
Means drinking yourself to death.
Cool.
So, are you going to keep the name?
I like the new model one, but we've got to keep the Detective Cousteau thing going. Lately, I would go by Detective Cousteau.
Well then, Detective Cousteau.
She chuckles and turns towards the sunlit sea.
The remains of the dying sun are reflected in the waves and the skyscrapers rising across the bay. Your mind clears for a moment as your senses take it all in. Not just the glass skyscrapers, fragile looking in the shimmering air. River Esperance flowing into the bay.
Isn't it strange for this all-powerful thing, the sun, to be so generous towards us? You know, the best time to go out fishing is usually towards sunset, when the water is warmer.
That's correct.
The sun also falls on the Capeside tenements and war-torn ruins. An old sea fortress.
I never got the name of her boat, I don't think.
Impervious to the sheen cast over everything else, shaking you out of your reverie.
Is that why you named your boat the Sun?
Oh, that was a bit of pride and a bit of superstition.
Alright, let's take it in.
Salt in the air.
I kind of appreciate that they don't give you a bunch of ways to be a douchebag during this.
Green glint of broken
You managed to
but still your gaze
shake Harry's addled mind to get it to work in the first place.
Wherever they may be reflected, their fading opulence.
It's bringing us spring, summer. It's entirely on our side, no matter what we do or who we are, for absolutely no reason.
Oh, the sun.
It's unlike no other powerful being, certainly no powerful organization or government. How can that be?
Well, something's got to be on our side.
I guess we wouldn't really be here if that thing wasn't on our team.
Alright. Alright, observe what she's wearing, observe her voice. I like the voice one, but I kind of want to fuck this up. Let's go.
Say what? Something interesting? Impossible.
Please, this is important.
She turns her head, and the plastic fishhooks rattle in her ears. Nothing shear-worthy takes place in your head.
Something was very pretty. I'm sorry, I don't have anything to add.
Thank you. Out there on the other planet, the sea, you start seeing things in a strange light.
Personally, I would have preferred to go with the voice thing. I didn't just know if it didn't know if there were side options or if it was just the role and otherwise.
The wind's going to pick up soon, and I have to go, but...
She takes her sword into the scabbard. The blade shines in the gathering dark.
Have this. The sun's good, but it doesn't stick things. I've no use for it anymore.
Are you sure you don't need the sword?
No. Men around here are too drunk to pose a threat to me.
Badass. Think we can do this again sometime?
Doubt it. But thank you for the company.
This is as far as it goes with her. You'd need to put a year between you and your last drink for anything more.
Thank you, suggestion, for put it plainly. Thank you for coming on this walk with me.
Farewell.
She nods to you and turns to go. That was great. And we got a sword. Equip this to impress yourself. Hell yeah. Alright. Back to armor mode. I'll keep the stupid hat though. Yeah. Accessory. Biker cop. Commander's jacket. What are the stats in the pants? Oh. Not particularly useful. Alright, give me a... Take the composure pants back. Okay. Boots. We have the armor on. Okay. Alright, put the... Roll it on away. Okay. We did it. Now we got a sword. And its hair back. Alright, and then I could probably just call it a night then. Unless I want to try and do the bullet thing. We'll go back to the shack on the side. I mean, it's only 11, but... Boardwalk rises to your south. Casts its long shadow over you. Relax, it's not yours. You didn't crash every motor carriage in Revachol, hopefully. Okay. Oh no, that's the fallen thing. I feel like maybe we have to check the other traps. I'll check them in the morning. Let me retire to my shack. Hello?
It's getting cold. This late in the night. Time to call it a day.
Alright, floorboards still aren't a thing. Again, I think that might be something we get access to after we talk to the Hardys and stuff, which will be next in-game day, and next stream, probably, because I'm probably just going to wrap after we make a quick attempt on the bullet.
The bullet is safely sealed away in a plastic bag bearing the RCN stamp. Kim has filled out the label on the bag with the item number, case number, and date and location the bullet was found.
Alright.
Beside his orderly handwriting, the bullet looks especially sad.
Welcome por Keanu. I'm doing alright. What do I do with you, bullet?
The squished little thing has no idea. I know. You should find the gun that shot this bullet.
Alright. Find the gun that shot it.
That sounds like something a police detective would do. First, you should learn all you can about this little guy. Then find the gun that shot it and the person that gun belongs to. He used it to kill your victim. Neato.
Alright, let's feel the bullets of the bag.
Has some sharp edges where the jacket has split open. It feels cold, even through the bag.
This is my second playthrough. We're playing a bastard playthrough.
The jacket of the bullet is made of a yellowish metal. It has blossomed out to reveal a dark grey core.
By bastard, I mean the
bullet is close to
real cop brain, so kind of fashy, kind of racist, kind of misogynist. Just basically like what an actual cop thinks like, at least in America. Not that much different in other countries, at least to my knowledge, but yeah. Okay, look at the jacket.
You can just about make out a few striations near the base of the bullet. Little hairlines, linear.
I've done a little playing light nice with the locals here and there just to insinuate oneself, but yeah, like, I do love that every time you say something shitty, it docks your morale a point. That's why we have that's where most of the officer down the deaths have come from.
What's interesting about the bullet thus far?
Alright, jacketed bullet close to 5mm in diameter.
A jacketed bullet, which would have been shot from a military-grade breech-loading rifle, not from a muzzle.
We already found the rifles in the basement, though, and it was non-functional, so it's gonna become a dead end, but...
You have an unusual military-grade bullet in your hand. Now all you need is to find a gun that could fire it.
Alright, let's...
A rifle. Revolution.
Try not to F that up.
Your bullet looks to be an old 4.46mm from the surplus left over from the turn of the century. Probably an antique or a retrofitted antique.
Make.
The 4.46 caliber was widely used with the
yeah, that's the busted one we found.
Manufacturer. The BM dominated the...
Again, I know where all this leads for the most part, because the last playthrough I finished like back in June?
Incidentally,
it hasn't been that long.
Just such a rifle with you. The dusty old thing you found hidden in the basement below the commercial area. It's unusable, sadly. If it were, the bullet would probably fit the chamber.
Yeah. And also, if you're curious, my first run ended up pretty communist. Very communist, honestly. And like, I didn't get the date with Lilienne. I forget what else we missed out on. I didn't get the money from the guy in the shipping crate, but I did get in there to talk to him. There's a couple threads I missed with Joyce and Everard too. And I think I completely I circumvented the measurehead issue by just jumping across the thing from Kuno's hideout. This time, I didn't even realize the first run you could give the shot put as the replacement. Well, I didn't realize you could lose the boule trying to play pétanque, because I didn't go all in right from the start. But yeah, the communist stuff is probably my favorite run.
A major fire.
There's a little bit I saved scummed, but it was mostly
so there are still a lot of
something I did got him
floating around, usually broken. The quality was appalling.
Like, I guess I'd brushed against enough fascist stuff to call Kim a slur during the dance part. That one I saved scum because, like, no, my Harry's not doing that. But we haven't even done the church this run, so God knows how heinous that's going to get. Who uses Bill McGraw rifles these days?
Antiques enthusiasts, guerrilla fighters in distant countries, a few lucky jamrock bangers. You're looking for the same thing you found in that hidden weapons cache. only in working order.
I also saved Scum the door you can't open to at least try and get a green on it, and still find out you can't open it, which was kind of funny.
Back at the station, the lieutenant is standing at a counter, diligently filling out paperwork to hand over to a tired records clerk. You should share your findings with him as soon as possible.
All right. Well, we'll do that in the morning. And unfortunately, he came in like right on the last thing I was going to do for the day. It's a long shot, but I kind of want to see if I can afford to buy the street lamp this run. I don't know what the hell he would do with it, but I feel like it's worth a shot. But I've been at this for, where's the timer? Almost 5 hours. And I have stuff to do in the morning. It is
the bed is comforting.
Approximately 3:30 a.m. where I am, so
still, you've earned a rest.
Let's do the rest, and then we'll save it once we hit the morning.
Across the room, the heating system hums its soft lullaby. The mattress feels soft and sheets warm. It only takes you moments for the world to fall away.
Thoughts, baby.
I haven't gotten the Ty to talk to me on either playthrough.
Lights in the dark.
So someday I got to do that one. I want to do the spirit bomb, but
all those faces and all those names, all that laughter and screaming and scheming around, every corner and every street,
recorded in you forever on Faraday.
Spinning in eternity.
On and on it goes for untold hours. At the disco where you first asked her to dance. Rising, rising above the dark curvature, the great wingspan of sleep, studded with stars.
Oh, the other funny thing about my first playthrough is I didn't realize the vomit thing was part of the tutorial. So I put off getting the body down for at least 2, maybe 3 days. It was bad. And I was like, oh wait, I was supposed to vomit.
Behold, there are millions of them down there.
So I was just running around reading books, talking to people, just trying to find stuff to do for a couple days. I was like, god damn it.
The smoking
Totally missed out on the apartment thing with Everard.
flowers.
He was not happy about that. He gave me the key and then I turned right back around and like, it's too late. Sorry, bro.
Changing.
I did get the Phasmin at the end, though.
It's the world.
And nailed all the interactions with that.
And you're made of it.
And Kuno took me out at least once that run. With embarrassment.
You make more of yourself.
When they're yelling about you trying to diddle him.
I'm afraid you can't be unmade now. You can never forget this shit.
Alright. The rains, actually. The endless visions erase them.
It's not possible anymore. It's stuck on loop. Whirling, spitting out words and images.
You're the son of the world again. Harristar, a ceaseless agent. Picking up litter and old newspapers.
I don't quite remember this bit, so.
Gum wrappers and idiotic picture postcards. Meaningless, meaningless keepsake.
Yeah, this time around, I like cruised the Kuno stuff. I was amazed. Like, I've got the discount on the Fallen Pants waiting for me now. He's a little pissed at me, but
Reading your awful letters and recalling
I got some lucky ass rolls on that.
the endless names of the world. An address book you are. The map of a city.
That's right, I am the agent of the world.
You'll go insane if you keep going like this. One more day, and you'll be in the loony bin. I just know you will. And for what, brother man?
For the money, baby. For Revacon. Always and only Revacon.
Solving your little crossword puzzles. Doing your tasks. Crossing names off lists. Trying to become some sort of world detector.
I've been doing kind of a Patriot angle too, since that's kind of tangential to fascism, so we'll probably go for Revachol for this. can't give up. I have to keep going for Revachol.
There he goes again. He's a real political animal, our Harry. He still doesn't see that it's the world changing around him.
He's got no idea what he's in for.
What's that?
'Cause only love can break your heart.
Hello, Tom.
Beep, beep, beep. The alarm is ringing, Harry. The disco circus goes on and on. You barely slept 3 hours last night.
Funnily enough, that's approximately what I'm probably going to get tonight. Well, it's probably like 4.5.
Do it for the city.
And I can nap later, but...
Do it for the wind.
Open your eyes. I just have stuff to do during the day, and I gotta scoot down to the store beforehand. All before, like, 10:30 a.m., so that's gonna be fun.
You were right, brother.
Oh, also, I apologize, but since we're doing Shitty Guy playthrough, I had to shave him. I had to know. I really wish I didn't. Alright. Okay, what? What's going on? Oh, tab back in.
Back there, in your sleep, all the weak-willed delinquents, dilly-dalliers, foreign moneylenders, insane anarchists, and yes, the woemen.
Yeah, no, we got 2 umlauted O's. Those sons of bitches.
The game was rigged from before you even knew.
Oh, this is a follow-up to the gut thing. Okay.
Soldier.
Tighten and spread your gut. What's going on with my gut? Did I not eat enough?
Brother, forget about your gut. We've got much more pressing matters to focus on. It's time to turn back time.
A solemn gurgle emanates from the depths of your stomach.
We'll send you back to the time when the sun had not yet vanished, when it was still setting into the sea. The time of the suzerain, the time when love was still possible.
Alright. Think of all the possibilities. I want this.
Go back with the knowledge and the experience you now have, and to do it all over. Do it richtig this time.
Wait.
Protect the suzerain.
Oh, okay.
Clean up the city. Revive disco music.
It's not a game restart, I don't think.
Get her back.
It's a delusion.
You could save Revachol. You could be the man, brother. No one. Don't ask about her.
Wait, get who back?
You fool.
There we go.
Second chances are not about questions. They are about actions. Are you ready to start taking action, brother?
Snoozing the ads so we can get through this.
Ultramarathon here.
I don't think we got this, at least not in this capacity before.
It's all there is. Just move on and answer the question.
Okay, how do we do this?
There must be others like you. Men who long...
Oh, no. No.
And
no, we gotta go pilling people.
People who...
I mean, the communism thing had a similar bent, so...
They barely live in the present.
I'm guessing every
Those are the
political alignment has one of these subquests.
Those are the guys who know.
So how do I find these men?
Think maybe you've already met someone like that.
The fat lorryman was giving off that longing vibe.
And that's the vibe we're looking for. Those are the people with answers.
Measurehead seemed to long for the glory days of his 70s ancestors.
There is a man who values the past with passion. And you know how the saying goes. He who clings to the past shapes the future.
I'm pretty sure that's not how that goes, but okay.
He's exactly the kind of man who'd know how to step back into the past.
Gary would probably appreciate old Revachol.
Oh yes. Gary is exactly the kind of guy we want. He knows something. Who else?
That gray-haired lorry driver might know something.
No, not her.
Jesus Christ.
Anyone else?
Fucking Christ. No misses the good old days like Renee.
Now we're making bank.
Yeah, we got a skill point out of it. Fantastic.
Guts and a memory. I felt it too. He could be a treasure trove of wisdom. Who else?
No one else comes to mind.
4 is a good number of traditionalists. It's plenty. Let's go see what they know.
All right.
History will remember us. And this time we don't have to worry about her being kind. Praeterea Redia, Kingsman. Charge for Revocol. Charge for love.
Great, just line up one more piece of shit quest on top of everything else. Alright, I'm probably going to dump this into a thought. Okay, so we do need a boombox. And then we can ask for karaoke. I might do it during the day if we can, just to be goofy about it. Alright. I could probably buy the pants too, just to get some experience. But we'll see. Oh wait, thoughts. What do I have waiting here? I might do the taxation one. I'm also looking at the other stuff. Coach physical instrument. We're definitely not getting Mazovian on this character, or this version of Harry. Boy, Darrow, I feel like, I don't know where you get that, but I feel like it might play into the misogyny. After the story of the guy who killed his girlfriend and threw her in the river. I might just hold on to that. I don't know. I'll sleep on it. Because I'm also tempted to just do the Jamrock Shovel, since it is a cop thing, according to Kim. Yeah. We'll think about it.